good morning, everyone. We will begin in maybe 10 minutes. Some people are still coming in. In the meantime, coffee is available outside. You can take coffee and bring them inside. So we'll see you in maybe 10 minutes. And yeah, at least it's a bit cooler inside today. See you in a bit. Good morning, everyone. Maybe we can begin already. We would like to request everyone to please rise for the invocation to be followed by the Philippine National Anthem.
Heavenly Father, we come to you today with humble hearts, seeking your guidance and wisdom as we begin this program. Lord, we ask that you would bless every person who has gathered here today, and that you would be present with us in a special way. We pray that this program would be a time of learning, growth, and fellowship for all of us. Help us to listen to one another with open hearts and open minds, and to support one another as we strive to serve you in all that we do. Please give us the strength and the courage to follow your will and to use the gifts and talents you have given us to make a positive difference in the world. We pray all of this in your holy name. Amen.
Please take your seats. So, good morning, everyone. And thank you. First of all, we'd like to thank all of you for coming in today. It's a holiday, and our students have just finished their exams. Welcome to the third day of the CALESA Conference on Emerging Human Rights Issues and Vulnerabilities. So, the past 2 days, we've seen presentations about, the first day saw presentations about human rights defenders and media practitioners. Yesterday, the issues that were dealt with pertained particularly to vulnerabilities in movements and displacements. For our theme for this morning, we would be talking about women's issues, women's rights and gender issues. So today promises to be very exciting. As you may have seen from the program, we have presentations from esteemed and well-respected speakers. So I'm quite excited for today. I hope you all are. So at any point in time, if you wanted coffee, coffee is available outside. But I don't know, to keep you warm for the morning, if it isn't warm enough. But yeah. For today, we have 5 speakers. I would be introducing them to you one by one later as we go along. So this CALESA conference is supported by the Erasmus Plus Capacity Building Program. This is the Erasmus program of the European Union. So I guess we are all excited to hear from our speakers for today, and probably enough of me. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Ryan Kwan. I am a faculty member of the Ateneo Law School, and I will be serving as the moderator for this morning. Okay. So as I mentioned earlier, we'll be talking about women and gender issues for today's session. Let me introduce to you our first speaker. Our first speaker is Professor Amparita Santamaria. She is the director of the Ateneo Law School's Graduate Legal Studies Institute, the unit in charge of the law school's Master of Laws program, thesis program, academic linkages, and internationalization efforts. She was the longtime director of the Ateneo Human Rights Center's Urduha Women's Desk. At the law school, she teaches family law and human rights courses. And for our first-year students here who did not encounter her last semester, she was the bar examiner in civil law in the past bar exam. So unfortunately for you, you didn't encounter her in the classroom in your third year, fourth year. Yeah, go ahead and take her elective courses because she teaches other human rights electives. And over 20 years ago, Professor Santamaria introduced the Gender and the Law class. It is an elective course on women's rights and gender issues, which she still teaches up to now, among other things. She is a professorial lecturer at the Philippine Judicial Academy, where she was involved in training judges and court personnel on gender sensitivity and women's rights. She has published works on women's rights issues such as human trafficking, reproductive health, and gender-based violence, among others. Professor Ampi, as she is fondly called, completed her Bachelor of Laws with honors here at the Ateneo and later obtained a Master of Laws degree from the University of Toronto under a reproductive health fellowship. To talk to us about reproductive health and gender justice, please welcome Professor Ampi Santamaria.
Thank you, Ryan, and good morning to all of you. I hope you did not encounter traffic because I miscalculated. I was very early here. I thought there was traffic. Anyway, so for the morning, I hope you've had breakfast so you won't have reproductive health as your breakfast. Okay, so my topic is simply gender justice and reproductive health. For starters, allow me to read part of the statement of the UNFPA Executive Director, Dr. Kanen, during the World Health Day last April 7. Every 2 minutes, a woman dies giving birth. Most of these deaths are preventable. They are not inevitable. They happen because healthcare systems routinely fail women and girls. Women die giving birth because for too many, health services are unavailable, inaccessible, unaffordable, and offer poor quality care. Women seeking contraception face similar barriers, and that will be my focus today. An estimated 257 million women who want to avoid pregnancy are not using safe and modern methods to do so. For decades, healthcare systems around the world have made progress in improving the reach and quality of sexual and reproductive health care. Today, alarmingly, we see that global progress has stalled. One reason may be that particularly amid the COVID-19 pandemic, decisions were made to deprioritize and cut funds for essential life-saving sexual and reproductive health services. Gender discrimination often drives such decisions, treating the health and well-being of women and girls as less important than other goals. I think this sums up what gender justice, specifically reproductive justice, is all about. Gender justice has been defined as the need for transformative changes involving equal distribution of resources, access, so it's in bold letters because that is my focus this morning, and specifically on women and girls, opportunity and equal outcomes in order to break the structural and systemic barriers which hold women back. Now, in the context of reproductive justice, which was a term coined by the African Descent for Reproductive Justice, it entails enabling every individual to make their own choices about reproductive life and have access to reproductive health services. Reproductive justice encompasses not only reproductive rights, but also social, economic, and political conditions that impact whether and how individuals are able to parent with dignity. So, in the Philippine context, in the Philippine experience, the goal of having a national law on reproductive health has been highly divisive, and its implementation, even at present, continues to be contentious. Generally, health as a human right is not as developed a concept in the Philippines compared to civil and political rights found in our Bill of Rights. The latter have been informed and enriched by jurisprudence over a considerable period of time. Even if one were to assume that the discourse on health as a human right is well entrenched in the legal and policy frameworks of the Philippines, reproductive and sexual health, specifically relating to access to modern contraception, does not enjoy priority as a health need, much less as a health right. In fact, even the passage of both the Magna Carta for Women and the Reproductive Health Law have not translated into full and free realization of the right to reproductive and sexual health in the Philippines. Now, for some of the Asian context, I won't say the entire Asia because it's very big and diverse. So generally, in a number of Asian countries, access to modern contraceptives has likewise been a challenge, although perhaps in differing degrees and different reasons. Non-access to modern contraceptives is the result of various reasons. So let me just give you some examples, mentioning some countries along the way. So the first is lack or limited information, knowledge of methods and reproduction. So an important factor here would be the existence or non-existence of a comprehensive sex or sexuality education. For instance, in Vietnam, they have started to implement CSE in schools. But in the past, this was not well known and not implemented consistently in schools. Challenges were also faced by adolescents and unmarried women who were stigmatized and judged for seeking reproductive health information and services. For the most part, sex education in Vietnam has been based on abstinence and remains a sensitive issue in the country, with one of the highest rates of abortion in the world, according to the World Health Organization data. On the other hand, in one study on internal displacement in the Philippines, it was found that early marriages and adolescent pregnancies have arisen specifically out of crisis situations, and that the prevalence of unsafe sex and is not only rooted in the lack of sex education, but also as a result of the confluence of lack of knowledge or awareness on safe sex practices and restriction to the accessibility of contraceptive supplies. So there are also some religious and sociocultural factors. I will start with religion. Sensitivities of sex-related issues in a country with Muslim majority demographics may impose various types of obstacles, especially for young women's access to sexual and reproductive health information, support, and practices. This is especially true since premarital sex is prescribed in Islam, as family planning is mainly addressed in the context of marriage and family. In the Philippines, the Catholic Church involvement in debates surrounding reproductive health policy is premised on the assumption that sexual practices have moral implications. That makes sex the business of religion because sexual acts are moral or immoral depending on whether they meet the church's standard, which means between heterosexuals, within marriage, and for reproductive purpose. The debates on access to modern contraception have unfortunately also been simplified using the pro-life versus pro-choice paradigm. The Church therefore sees itself as having a duty to affect policies of the state which touch on sex and consequently a moral fiber of both individuals and the community. This has effectively hindered access to modern contraception. I go now to culture, and let me give some sub-factors. First is exclusion due to one's station or status in life. In Malaysia, for example, the CEDAW committee called the attention of the government about the directive that requires public hospitals to refer undocumented asylum seekers and migrants to the Immigration Department when they seek medical attention, which has serious consequences for maternal, fetal, and infant mortality and morbidity, as women are deterred from seeking essential healthcare services for fear of arrest and detention. In previous studies, it was also found that more than 80% of doctors across 6 cities in India refuse women's access to sterilization if they were unmarried, had low parity, young, or lacking consent from the spouse. Now we go now to the second, which is the level of decision-making power. In the past, the link between the level of empowerment of a woman and her ability to make reproductive-related decisions has been well documented. While many reports in South Asia had affirmed women's participation in decision-making regarding household, finance, and even mobility, the women still experience great disadvantage when it comes to decision-making regarding their own health care. In addition, accordingly, in Nepal, Bangladesh, and India, educated women were more likely to participate in decision-making about reproductive decisions compared to non-educated women. And urban women were always more likely to be involved in decision-making than with rural women. Now, with the level of decision-making, you also have some sub-factors, like, for example, spousal decision. So these are some of the things that even affect the decision making of the woman. In a recent study in Pakistan, most of the male and some female respondents believe that deciding jointly is the appropriate way for couples to decide on family planning, contraceptive selection, family size, and child spacing. However, both women and men also emphasize that the husband's permission for use of modern contraceptive was necessary. In the past, a study in Cambodia, women who believed that their husbands had a positive attitude towards contraception showed more significantly successful family planning practice compared to those who were nervous to talk about contraception with their husbands. Now, in the Philippines, the Supreme Court ruled as unconstitutional the reproductive health provision about legal and medically safe reproductive health procedures, which state that in case of disagreement, the decision of the one undergoing the procedure shall prevail. It said, and I quote, "By giving absolute authority to the spouse who would undergo a procedure and barring the other spouse from participating in the decision would drive a wedge between the husband and wife, possibly result in bitter animosity and endanger the marriage and the family, all for the sake of reducing population." Okay. So the next is not only the spouse, but also the woman is influenced by family members. So in South Asia, apart from husbands, the role of peers, mothers-in-law, elders in contraceptive decision-making is well documented. There were studies in India, Bangladesh, and Nepal, among others, which reported instances of the mother-in-law limiting the autonomy and mobility of adolescent brides and determining their social interactions. This isolation, in turn, deterred the girls from seeking out family planning-related information. And a study from India found that as a result of this limited mobility, the source of the information of the adolescents were brides, were the mother-in-law and the sister-in-law, and they became the chief informants of and with their approval, the use of contraception. And aside from the husband, the family, you also have society. Embarrassment and poor negotiation skills act as barriers in accessing sexual health information and services. Also, stigmatization from local people in the rural areas make the young people more embarrassed to seek information and services than those in the urban areas. In early studies in Nepal and India have found adolescents reluctant to go to clinics and pharmacies for contraceptives. They fear recognition by providers or people from their community and being negatively labeled as sexually active. I think even if you go to 7-Eleven, you can hardly see someone loudly saying, "Can I buy some condoms?" At least that's the Philippine context. No? So aside from another sociocultural factor would be mobility. An earlier study in Oman, I had to look up Oman, yes, it is part of Asia, showed women's unmet need for contraception to be linked to their decision-making power as well as their freedom of movement. And there is also evidence from Tajikistan that the practice of seclusion or purda, norms against women's presence in public places, or other restrictions on women's mobility can pose a direct barrier in looking for family planning services. So in addition to the lack of information and sociocultural factors, you also have the economic, and I think it's very practical, no? Unmet needs for contraceptive methods are considerably higher among poorer women. Likewise, young people's economic constraints affect their ability to buy contraceptives or seek sexual and reproductive health services. Ethnic groups face many barriers to accessing family planning services because of illiteracy, poverty, and low social status. So in sum, and I speak in general terms, barriers to access take on different forms, but they all show lack of autonomy or non-recognition of rights of women and girls. Even if reproductive rights were seen as owing to a woman, as you have seen, decision on access is not considered as solely belonging to her. Family takes precedence over her individual right to decide, especially since a woman is generally seen as the carriers or responsible for the survival of the next generation. So let me just show you a brief overview of women's access in other regions. So I have another version of this. I can send it later with proper footnotes. Okay, so okay, apparently we're using the same computer, but anyway, never mind, just in the matrix that I will send you later. I've said that Japan has a well-established healthcare system that provides access to a wide range of contraceptive methods, and that it is widely available in pharmacies and clinics, and sexual health education is generally integrated into school curriculum. It's the same with Korea. In Korea, the contraceptives are available through a combination of public and private healthcare providers. Thailand has also a well-established family planning program that provides access to a whole wide range of contraceptives. China has been criticized for its restrictive policies, including the former one-child policy. In 2021, China has announced that it will allow couples to have up to 3 children after census data showed a steep decline in birth rates. Indonesia has a relatively low contraceptive prevalence, and access to contraceptives can be challenging, particularly in remote and economically disadvantaged areas. And of course, Philippines, I will leave that to Doc Junis, our next speaker. So I also have the next, there is Europe. Many countries in Europe have comprehensive reproductive health programs that provide access to a wide range of contraceptive methods, and they are often available through a combination of public and private healthcare providers. And they are generally accessible and affordable. Although there are some countries in Eastern and Southern Europe, like Poland, Hungary, and Slovakia, to name some, which may have more restrictive policies on access to contraceptives. These countries may have limited availability of certain contraceptive methods, higher out-of-pocket cost, and more conservative cultural and social norms around contraception and sexual health. There are still significant challenges to overcome in Africa. Factors such as poverty, lack of infrastructure, limited resources, cultural and religious norms, and gender inequalities can impact access to contraceptives. The more progressive countries are considered here are South Africa, Kenya, and Ghana, while those with more restrictive policies are Nigeria, Uganda, and Sudan. So here, in Latin America, such as Brazil, Mexico, and Argentina, they have relatively high levels of contraceptive use and comprehensive reproductive health programs that provide access to a range of contraceptive methods. However, other countries such as Nicaragua, Honduras, El Salvador may have more limited access, including limited access to contraception, education, and services. Okay. So, given the challenges to access to sexual and reproductive health services, particularly modern contraceptives, what human rights have been used in jurisprudence to frame women's rights to sexual and reproductive health? What rights have been used in courts to fight for greater access? In the Philippines, we have Imbong versus Ochoa. But because here, the reproductive health law was attacked, instead of asserting the rights, we became defensive. No? So, because of the court challenge against this law, we ended up on the defensive side, having to prove that access to modern contraceptives did not violate the right to life and the right to health. Okay? Now, in Nepal, for example, this case sought legal accountability for the government's obligation to ensure women's access to contraceptive methods, information, and services. Although it has been 6 years since Nepal recognized reproductive rights as fundamental rights, the government had yet to implement adequate programs. So hence this case. So here, the court used Constitution as the basis. No? The right of women to reproductive health is protected by the Constitution, and it is essential and urgent that the state implement policies, programs to make contraceptive methods accessible. So these are the constitutional provisions which were used. And another case comes from India. Okay. So here again, it's in the Constitution, no person shall be deprived of his life or personal liberty. Okay? Here, what was articulated was the right to reproductive autonomy, which includes the right to access education and information about contraception and sexual health, among others. And it is closely linked also to bodily autonomy. In a previous case, the Indian court recognized the right to bodily autonomy as closely related to and anchored into the right to privacy. Okay, another case is here, Pakistan. No? Here, the petitioner asserts that widespread incidence of fistula, a preventable condition in Sindh, constitutes a violation of women's fundamental rights to life and dignity, according to Articles 9 and 14 of the Pakistan Constitution. In 2019, the High Court passed a final order directing the Sindh government to establish fistula repair centers in government hospitals in 4 cities. And subsequently, the High Court acknowledged that the government has taken significant steps towards the implementation of this right. Okay? So again, the right to life, because it involves fistula. If you don't know what that is, you can ask the next speaker because she is a doctor. Okay, so in some countries and regions, access to modern contraceptives is not the main contentious issue. Obviously, the elephant in the room, but access to abortion. But whether the issue, for me, no, whether the issue is access to abortion or to non-abortive reproductive health procedures, the common struggle and challenge I see for women is how to have their access recognized as rights, which seems to remain fragile at best and invisible most of the time due to the strong challenges coming from culture, tradition, religion, that impact on how well reproductive health is recognized as a human right. Advocates have framed reproductive rights, among others, within the right to health, right to dignity, right to life, right to autonomy, which is generally anchored to the right to privacy, plus freedom from discrimination. So let me just zero in on the right to privacy. I think Roe versus Wade was also anchored on the right to privacy. A dominant argument that has prevailed in defense of reproductive rights is the right to privacy. The purpose of the privacy paradigm is to protect those rights from public intervention by insisting that they are privacy or privacy issues. The problem with the argument is that the focus on state non-interference reinforces the public-private paradigm that allows the state to often abstain from funding reproductive health care compared to other health concerns. The privacy choice model also contributes to treating reproductive rights as a matter that affects women in an isolated context because it's private, thus invisibilizing the fact that the restriction of women's access is a product of structural discrimination. So, I agree with the assertion that our focus should be more on why women get pregnant against their will, instead of why pregnant women need access to abortion. Why do unwanted pregnancy occur? Why do women who do not want to be pregnant get pregnant? This dilemma should be seen within a continuum of women experience, including the disappointment, pain, and loss that are inherent parts of their lived experiences. So are we asking the right questions, specifically in the Philippine context? In the binary paradigm of pro-life and pro-choice, it has been said that liberation and choice are regarded as intertwined. However, while an abortion can save a woman from unwanted motherhood, such a choice hardly liberates anybody. True liberation cannot mean choosing between the two painful options of abortion or continuing with an unintended pregnancy. This is not free choice, nor it is an exercise of self-determination. On the contrary, being trapped in these choices is a consequence of lack of self-determination. In the context of abortion, I agree that women do not exercise control over their bodies and sexualities when having abortions. They undergo abortions because at an earlier point in their lives, they were not in the position to exercise full control of their body and sexuality. And that is why access is important. And that is why has been the focus of my presentation. We must take the discourse beyond the pro-life versus pro-choice paradigm and take a hard look at women's lived experiences in the context of subordination and structural discrimination. This is a vital challenge in realizing women's reproductive and sexual health and rights. So let me just end with a statement of the ponencia in this case, which has been also reiterated or mentioned by the late Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg in Hobby Lobby. The ability of women to participate equally in the economic and social life of the nation has been facilitated by their ability to control their reproductive lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ampi Santamaria. So we'd encourage the audience to please take note of your questions. We'd have as you can see in the program, there would be an open forum towards the end of the session this morning. So just, I'm sure you have interesting questions that you have in mind. Please take note of them. We'll open the floor for questions after all the presentations. Okay, so jumping off from that presentation, that interesting presentation on gender justice and reproductive health, we'll probably hear more the part of it, maybe the medical side. This is a pretty interesting session for me, the next one, which talks about the state of sexual and reproductive health rights 10 years after the passage of the reproductive health law. So this promises, I think, to be a very interesting and nice presentation. Let me introduce to you our next speaker. Dr. Junis Demetrio Melgar is the co-founder and the current executive director of the Likhaan Center for Women's Health, a non-government organization established in 1995 that aims to achieve health and equality, particularly of women and poor and disadvantaged groups, as a matter of human rights and social justice. Likhaan works with women and young people in disadvantaged communities to strengthen their ability to claim their rights to sexual and reproductive health. Dr. Melgar is renowned internationally as an advocate of gender, sexual and reproductive health, and human rights in laws and policies, receiving various citations and awards for her work on family planning and reproductive health. She has done research and published articles related to post-abortion care, health systems, and sexuality. Dr. Junis completed her Doctor of Medicine degree at the University of the Philippines College of Medicine. Everyone, a warm round of applause for Dr. Junis Demetrio Melgar.
Thank you very much for that introduction. I almost did not recognize myself, but yeah, it's okay. I will talk about some background about the reproductive health law for those of you who are new, and then I will walk you through the salient points of the RH law so that you can compare what's happening and what's in the law. And then I will give you statistics. So this might be a little difficult for those of you who have a little orientation to stats, but I'll try to make it as painless as possible. And then I will give you a sense of my own assessment of why we're not actually complying with the law. And maybe we can debate later on about if you have other opinions different from mine. Okay? So the slide just puts the way that we attack reproductive health in our own organization. So next slide, please. So this slide actually describes or probably updates that reproductive health did not start with the law in the Philippines. It started with a Department of Health Administrative Order in 1998, which actually was inspired by the ICPD conference in Cairo in 1994 that defined for everyone what reproductive rights and what reproductive health was and the intricate relationship to gender equality. So That was the contribution of Cairo. That was taken up by a Protestant president in 1998. This was Fidel Ramos, remember him? The only Protestant president of the Philippines. She had a Catholic Secretary of Health who laid down this 10-point, parang 10 element, no? So it's not just family planning, although for many years, especially under the Marcos, for lack of a better term, dictatorship, no? We had population control. Under Ramos, it was family planning, but maternal health. And then this term, remember this will be important, is prevention and management of abortion complications. So it's not abortion, but the management of complications, so after abortion. And then, of course, STD, HIV, breast and reproductive tract cancers. Another controversial item is adolescents. So they were now presumed to have reproductive health, no? Entitlements also. Education and counseling on sexuality and sexual health. Initially, this will change later on in the law because it will add sexuality education for adolescents, and then counseling. So this will break into two, and then it involves men. So hindi lang, not just women, but also men. The initial language for this was men's involvement in reproductive health, and it transformed itself into, I think, men were saying we're not equally represented there. So also looking into reproductive health issues of men, and then violence against women. So this is an older language. Now we refer as gender-based violence, no, because of the change in sexual orientation, gender identity issues. But this is the formulation. This is also the same formulation still used by the WHO when it talks about violence. And then infertility and sexual disorder. So you can see it's very broad, no? And I think this is a more holistic view of reproductive health law, and maybe the realistic viewing of the issues confronted by women and men. And this 1998 order by the Department of Health, which was at the top level, was implemented at the local level because we are a country with one of the most decentralized health system. No, we have like 1,600 autonomous local health units. So there was a subsequent policy by the other Secretary of Health, Secretary Romualdez, that I will mention. Probably he's now deceased, but he did a lot of initiatives in the health. And then so Romualdez introduced the PMAC policy, or making sure that hospitals, Department of Health hospitals, provided non-judgmental, humane, and compassionate post-abortion care. Okay, so this was very important for women. And then Secretary Romualdez also approved the emergency contraceptive pill Postinor for rape crisis centers. So this is how important he was. But this was 2000. Okay, next slide, please. 2 years of a very progressive opening in our age, reversed by President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo. She's a woman, unfortunately. But this is the president who aligned herself very much with the conservative Catholic Church. No? I will refer to it as a fundamentalist branch of the church. I know a lot of my Catholic friends are very liberal, no? And understand why reproductive health rights is very important, but not this president. So this president actually said that she was having migraines and headaches because of her use of contraceptive pills, and then she spoke at the UN and said, actually with electrification, if you strengthen the electricity in the rural areas, then people would be able to reduce their number of children. So this is, and under her, she was president from 2000 to 2010, so that was a long while. And under her, the Department of Health, that had a very liberal outlook on reproductive health, actually closed itself down and focused on natural family planning only. So this president actually left the local government units to fend for themselves, no? And then she also delisted, no, under the Department of Health, under her, delisted, took off the approval of the emergency contraceptive pill Postinor. So there was a battle, but I will not go into that. And this was the time that the LGUs were emboldened actually to ban contraceptives. So the mayor of Manila, Mayor Atienza, actually was able to ban contraceptives, all forms of contraceptives in all areas of Manila from 2000 until 2010. No? The mayor of Puerto Princesa also did the same, but he was recalled, no? Fortunately, so he was able to stay in power for just a few months. Okay, next slide, please. So that's the interesting background. Now I go into the rationale of the law. And it must be mentioned that civil society organizations participated a lot. We had a very open discussion with the authors of the bill, and maybe that's why it was so, it's a broad concept. The first rationale is really to address the pressing problems at the time. At the time in 1998, maternal mortality was very high, registered in the Philippines. I think more than 300. I will look at that. There is a lot of unintended pregnancy at that time. Also, about 51% of pregnancies were estimated as unintended. Really, women did not want the pregnancy at the time because they wanted either to defer the pregnancy to a later date, or because they did not want to have children at all. No? And of course, because of the unintended pregnancy, which is the root of abortion. This is the reason why women have abortions in the Philippines, despite the law. So the current law, based on a Spanish, on the Spanish Penal Code of, and then adopted in 1930s, no? Actually bans all sorts of abortion, even to save the woman's life. So abortion, but that has not stopped abortions, and we have, according to Attorney Ampi, and this supports all the data, that despite the law, abortion in the Philippines is among the highest. No? So about 600, and then now the estimate is like 900,000 induced abortions every year. So these were the problems. We also wanted the institutionalization of this multi-element, this broad RH concept in the Department of Health, in all the levels of the Department of Health. An integrated approach so that pregnancy is related to contraceptive services, related to STI, related to sexuality information, etc. And then we wanted an end to the policy of oscillation. No? So if you look at the historical policy frameworks in the Philippines, you would see that you have population control under Marcos, all the way up to, when did he disappear? 1986. So it was all population control, coercive, no? Even a forced vasectomy, forced ligation at the time. And then you would oscillate, not very much Cory Aquino. People think Cory Aquino was really bad, but actually Cory Aquino followed the health framework, put family planning not in the context of population control, but in the context of health, with her appointment of Dr. Alran Bengson. I'm sure Ateneo would know him. So it was there, but of course, she also opened the door to a lot of natural family planning. But and then you have population policy still under Ramos. Estrada, Ramos was calling it uh, balancing population, resource, and PRE, environment, PRE, the PRE framework. And you can see that population or people is only one factor that you balance with resource. It's not like people-centered policy. And then you have, of course, GMA, the most extreme, I think, in following religious. Now, I'm not saying just Catholic, but religious fundamentalist framework. Okay. So next slide, please. Ayan. These are the salient contents. No, you have human rights, and then the balancing in the law of population. So there was initially an impetus on population control, and civil society pushed against it. So there is nothing about having quotas there on population or having target goals to reduce population. And there are 12 elements, adding sexuality education and then mental health. There are two big provisions on maternal mortality reduction by saying that there should be skilled attendants, not just traditional birth attendants, because a lot of our poor, actually, when you look at the data, maybe 40% of them, of the poorest, are still attended by traditional birth attendants. And maybe that contributes actually to our poor performance in maternal mortality reduction and the focus on emergency obstetric care. So the thing that kills women are the complications of bleeding, hypertension, etc. Our midwives are not equipped to deal with that. That happens in maybe 10%, 15% of cases, but these require hospitalization. So you need a very strong primary healthcare services for women delivering, but you also need a functional and accessible hospital system, okay? Then you need universal access to family planning according to the law. And initially, the law allowed for contraception to minors who have been pregnant, whether they continued to give birth or whether they ended the pregnancy, Then, so note this because this will change with the Supreme Court decision. There's age-appropriate education, now called comprehensive sexuality education, PhilHealth support, noting inequity, so that for the serious complications of our age, not just on maternity, but HIV, cancers, etc., that there would be a package of PhilHealth benefits for women, mobile reproductive health services, because we are an archipelagic country, so mobile services are very critical, and then certain acts were punished by the law, and I think this also underwent changes by the Supreme Court. So whether it's a health provider that refuses to provide care based on consensus objection, that used to be punished by this law. That was changed, by the way, by the Supreme Court. An LGU official who did not follow reproductive health because of his or her conscientious objection could be punished, if they did not allow for budgets or programs. And then the private sector that entices or discourages or prohibits. So whether this is like a drug company that induces the use of contraception, they are penalized under the law. Okay. So what are the achievements? Next slide, please. What are the achievements since 2012? I would say that the first achievement is really having a very comprehensive implementing rules and regulations. So the IRR actually puts down reproductive health services as described in this broad frame at the barangay level, at the level of the RHU or the city health office, and then in the hospital system. So you can see, you can follow post-abortion care, where is it there? Violence against women, where is it there? Of course, it's not implemented. That's the problem. No? Then you have legal challenges. I think Attorney Ampi alluded to the challenges. The first challenge was on the legality, or the constitutionality of the RH law. There was like some sort of a victory over there. The authors of the law were able to have a statement from the Supreme Court that the law is not unconstitutional. So I think lawyers understand that more than lay people like me do. It's not just saying, oh, it's legal. It's not unconstitutional. Okay. And then there was a challenge after the Supreme Court challenge on constitutionality. The Supreme Court also barred the approval of 50 contraceptives. So after the 2 years in the Supreme Court on the constitutionality, there was a further 2 years based on the challenge about the safety of contraceptives. No? So there were claims that they not just that they cause immorality, but that they are harmful to women. Of course, these are false, no, based on medical evidence. But it took like 2017, so the law was passed in 2012. Earnest implementation started in 2017 upon the removal of the cases. An important factor was the formation of the DOH National Implementation Team. So under the law, there was a provision that DOH would form not just the DOH from within DOH and the health system, but it would invite CSO representatives into the National Implementation Team. So that's why Likhaan and other colleagues, there were like 6 CSOs elected by our respective constituencies. Women, young people, elderly, poor, etc. We were all there as part of the National Implementation Team formed in 2015. Unfortunately, I think the Department of Health under the current regime wants to change that and would like to limit our presence there to only one, because we're supposed to be noisy and complaining all the time. So, so the National Implementation Team, and then Duterte, I don't know if he was earnest or what, but he did issue 2 executive orders. One was on family planning to make 0 unmet need. That means that all women who needed contraception should have, all of them should have available, which is really a good goal. And then the other was to look into the causes of teen pregnancy in the Philippines and to address the root causes of teen pregnancy. So those were the 2 executive orders. And then the last one is in 2018, the Department of Education pushed forward the comprehensive sexuality education standards. So from kinder to grade 12, they promised to introduce age-appropriate sexuality education with specific goals, no? And content, therefore. Following the UNESCO standards, they would introduce that in health, in science, in social science, in values, and then they have a subject on personality development. So it would be introduced, but this was like in 2017, and the development is, they're still piloting that in 3 regions, so we don't really know how it looks now, no? So those are the developments. How does reproductive health look now? No? This is next slide. Okay. So you would see there that there are very slight decline. Slight decline in the average total fertility rate. This is the number, the average number of children that women have. So there is a decline, but it doesn't show us like that the poorest quintile actually have 2 children more than the richest quintile. So these averages, population averages, actually hide a lot of the inequities, no? So there is also total fertility rate, a slight decline in the unmet need for contraceptives. You would see a slight decline in the number of unintended pregnancies. So, but is this true for all women? So there's also the factor of poverty, disability. No? So when you talk with women with disability, so there is the hidden part of equity that we don't see. No? Stagnating. I am contesting the. There is a statement that our adolescent fertility rates are dropping, according to UN Population Services. Our demographic health surveys actually are saying that our adolescent fertility rates are stagnated. It's basically the same level, 50 per 1,000 in 1990. It's still like 49 in 2017. So this slight decline. And then for adolescent fertility, the discrepancy, so you have more adolescent pregnancy among the poorest, of course, among the least educated, among those living in rural areas. So, and then slightly declining maternal mortality ratio, so it's now down from 300 to 121. But the required annual decrease in maternal mortality rate by the WHO is actually 5% annually. The Philippines is less than 5%. So sometimes it's 3. I think now it's almost 5, but for the past years, it's less than 5% decline. And declining physical violence and sexual violence rates. This is also good news, no? And it's really declining. The red parts are adolescent pregnancy rates that I'm challenging, and then increasing abortion. I think there's consensus that it hasn't. So even if unintended pregnancy has declined, recourse to abortion has actually increased. Okay, so this is just the next would be the rates. And I will just go quickly. So the number of children actual and the number of children that are ideal for the women are actually declining. No? And actually you have them coming together in 2017 where you have the actual and then their ideal coming together at 2.7, 2 to 3 children total. This is still the highest in Southeast Asia. We're declining, but it's not comparable. Next slide, please. Unmet need for family planning. So this one is unmet need for family planning in general. It includes abstinence, withdrawal, and the other unscientific methods. The unmet need for effective modern contraceptives is higher, although declining. And you have 19.5% having still unmet need. That's 20% of women, 1 about 5, still have difficulty accessing modern contraceptives. Okay, next slide, please. Proportion of young women having first birth, first delivery. So there is a myth that our young people are having sex wildly, and therefore they're having children at a very, very tender age. This is the survey. And you see that the people having first birth, having first delivery are 20 years old, 18 years old, 15. So you see this declining. So it's 20 years old, and that's age of decision, no? In the Philippines. They're adults already. They can vote. These are the people having children. 15, they're also having children, 10%, coming down to 8.2. This one, 15, it's very low. Of course, we're not belittling that because most of that would probably be due to coercion, no? But this is sometimes this is painted in a very alarmist way, unless you see the figures, no? So next slide would show you how many are having their sexual initiation at 20, 18, 15. So actually we see that Filipinos are relatively conservative actually compared to other countries, no? So those having sex are really 20 years old or above. And this is the one that's increasing, huh? 35 to 39. 18 and above, you have 18, almost stagnant, no? 18. Unchanged. 15 years old, 2.7 to 2.2. I don't know if this decline is significant, but there's a decline. Okay. Next slide, please. And then violence. So violence, so this is physical violence or sexual violence. This is physical violence, sexual violence, physical violence in the last year, sexual violence in the last year, from 2008 to 2017. So you see the trajectory here for physical violence decline. So this is sexual violence. This is also declining, but not to the same extent as physical violence. And then you have physical violence. This is physical in the past year, and sexual violence in the last year. So sexual violence is low, the lowest. Physical violence is the highest, and they seem to be declining. No? So we don't really know if it's just the effect of the law, because actually there's very little health prevention because we don't have health interventions in the health system for violence up to this time. No? So next slide, please. This just shows a maternal mortality rate coming down. No? So it seems very drastic, but it's actually less than the 5%. But it's coming down, so that's good, really good news. Next slide, please. Adolescent fertility rate. I'd like you to pay attention. This is the Philippines, no? And it's coming down. It's not as high as the global rate for the world. It's not as high as our other cohort, no? Low middle income countries. But look at where we are on top of them, no? So they are all declining. The world is declining. Low income countries are declining. But here we are. So that we end up in 2015, 2017 as having higher rates compared. So it is a problem. Next slide, please. This is just, where are we here? The Philippines is here. Contraception using any method, including ineffective methods. If you see this blue, tayo, yan. This is the Philippines. This is Malaysia, this is a surprise. And then Korea, I can't imagine, 2015. But most other countries are using modern method. So we have a significant population using abstinence and withdrawal. Next slide, please. And this, of course, this is abortion, no? Where it says there is a decline in unintended pregnancy rate. But yeah, so unintended pregnancy rate declines, but abortion increase. No? And this is the Philippines. This is the Philippines. These are the counterparts in Asia. So we are almost as high as them. But in terms of unintended pregnancy, we are higher than some countries. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. I hope you're not bored yet. This is the SDG assessment of the Philippines in 2022. The SDG is like the goal that all countries have to meet, right? And combines SRHR with gender, with economics, etc. I just want you to look. So when you say green, it's achieved. Yellow, there are challenges remaining. Orange is significant challenges. Red is major challenges. This one is on trend. This is moderately improving, stagnating, orange, and then decreasing. So when you talk about modern methods of family planning, this is a red. It's a major challenge, and it is stagnating. Okay? Adolescent fertility rates, we are being congratulated for being just facing some challenges, but on track to meet the SDG target. Attendance of skilled birth attendants during delivery, they should not be controversial, but we have red light here. It's really problematic. 84 is, you think it's high because in college, this is passing grade. In the SDG, this is low because it should be 100% of the women giving birth should be attended by a skilled birth attendant. We're almost there. Our own target was 90%. We haven't made that, and therefore, it's red. It's a significant challenge, but we don't know the development. They don't know. At least SDG doesn't know. Maternal mortality has decreased from 171 pala, not 300, 121, 200 to 121. This is still red, but this is moderately improved. And then I will allow you to look at maybe in your spare time what the universal health care. This is an assessment of how effective the health system is in the Philippines, no? And then how much we are spending, poverty, what Attorney Ampi explained as the social determinants of reproductive health are truly problematic in this country. No? Okay, next slide, please. So when you ask me, and this is my humble opinion, what are the factors that are obstructing our achievement of the SDG target? I would say that there really is low government prioritization. And you can look at the budget. The budget for reproductive health is low. And we even have instances where Senator Soto would cut the budget. We have this very famous comedian, actor, senator. He would be the one actually to either lower down the budget or make the budget disappear on reproductive health. So it's never, and the Department of Health has never been able to push in the General Appropriations Act annually, no, because of the strong opposition in the Senate. Health system, so one problem is really the health system, and we have a very decentralized health system. So decentralization is good, but not when you have 1,600 units that are autonomous, that may or may not implement the national program, including the controversial program of reproductive health. Okay? And therefore, there are inadequate services and really anti-women, anti-poor services that have not been corrected. There is cultural opposition to sexual reproductive health rights, and this is there is actually opposition in the contraception budget. There is a reversal of the PAC, post-abortion care policy, by 27, the Secretary of Health. So we had a very good PMAC policy under Secretary Romualdez in 2000. That was unfortunately reversed by Secretary, what's his name? Duque in 2017. So what was supposed to be like more universal, all government units attending to post-abortion care, that now is limited only to the hospitals under Secretary Duque's policy. And then, of course, CSE, there are standards of this since 2018, but we have yet to see full implementation. And then the structural determinants. Poverty is a big one. Unresponsive governance is a big one. And not only that we had shoot-to-kill orders for drug users under the previous administration, under this one, we still do not have a Secretary of Health up to this time. And then, of course, the discriminatory attitudes, which are probably not just religion-based, but there is a discrimination against the poor, marginalized, and it's very cultural. So I will end here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Melgar. Pretty interesting population. I had my eyes glued on the graphs and everything. Yeah, so it's 10:30. Maybe we can have a quick coffee break, maybe 10 minutes. I hope you don't mind if we shorten it a bit, just so we can end on time as well. So please be back after 10 minutes. We shall resume our sessions, pretty interesting topics after the coffee break. See you in 10 minutes.
Ma'am, ito po. Ito po. Ito yung, so you can use this.
I
So
prefer.
may pointer din.
Okay, great.
Okay, sir. Ano lang, dito yung signal niya. So, you can do, pwede rin ganito. Basta wag lang ma-cover yung signal.
I
So, pwedeng ganito, pwedeng ganyan. Pwede rin. Hindi ka makikita.
environmental advocacy and community-based resource management work. In 1990, she founded the Environmental Legal Assistance Center, or ELAC, a legal resource non-government organization based in Palawan, working to empower communities and local stakeholders to protect their natural resources. Attorney Mayo Anda is also a law professor at the Palawan State University College of Law. She has written articles on environmental policies, environmental governance, mining, community-based resource management, RED+, and community and corruption risks. Attorney Jerty, or Ate Jerty as she is fondly called by colleagues and friends, completed her undergraduate degree in accounting at St. Teresa's College in Cebu City and obtained her Bachelor of Laws at the University of San Jose Recoletos, also in Cebu. Everyone, please welcome Attorney Jerty Mayo Anda.
Thank you, Ryan. Mabuhay. It's great to be back in Ateneo after a long time. The last time I was here was in connection with the Indigenous People's Rights with Professor then Dean Cedric Candelaria. So, good morning to all my colleagues, professors, former law interns. So, Ate Jerty is back after some time. So, my topic, I'd like to focus on mining because women and environment is so broad. And modesty aside, I have been focusing on extractives for almost 30 years now. And we tried to actually attempt to look into existing laws and policies that affect women. So are there really gaps in our current laws on extractives that relate to women? And how important do women actually undertake? Now, the roles that they perform to make sure that their family survive, and how much would be the impact of mining on their lives. Okay, so just quickly, this is just very brief. If you talk about laws on mining, there's really an array of laws, no? From the Constitution all down to EO 79 of former President Aquino, although that has already been supplanted by President Duterte because EO 79 attempted to impose a moratorium on the processing of mining applications. But unfortunately, in 2021, that was changed by EO 130, so the moratorium was lifted. And that's why in many beautiful areas of the country, you now see a deluge of mining applications. And Palawan is not exempted from that. Okay. Now, the legal and policy issues, I'd like to stress on one thing, and this is a pending case in the Supreme Court, it has not been ruled upon yet, is whether, besides the Labugal case, there's another case which is still pending, on whether the current mining industry contributes substantially to the economic growth and general welfare of the country. You know, if you look at the conditions of women and children. And the other side of that is whether we want that industry to thrive. And it is most unfortunate, with all due respect to our government officials, that they view the mining industry as one factor that could spur growth from COVID. And that is very disturbing, particularly in a country which is very rich in biodiversity, with still a lot of forests and, of course, ancestral domains being affected. Okay, some of the policy issues, if you look at the Mining Act, before I go to women, is that we do give a lot of incentives to mining companies. So it's over generous. And if you look at the incentives, there is an Omnibus Investment Code in 1995, which you can see actually provides a lot of guarantees to mining companies. And if you look at the mining of that code, tax exemptions are provided. These are things we do not see, but even, let's say they bring pollution control devices, that's exempted from taxes. And they do have non-fiscal incentives. So, under the Mining Act, there's a tax holiday, and then they are exempted as well from real property taxes. Plus, in fact, this income tax acceleration of depreciated fixed assets, that has been questioned also by some local government units, but that has been maintained. Um, Now, we have argued that the possibility of providing more opportunities to mining industries or mining companies in the country has continued up to this day. So a very big situation now, I mean, a significant issue now in Southern Palawan, in Sibuyan, and also in Tampacan, Mindanao, is should you actually allow extractive projects inside a protected area, and that will affect biodiversity in that area. So that's a big question that has not been resolved yet, given these incentives. And even the question on whether indigenous peoples can actually oppose that if they reject through a free and informed consent process. So while the Indigenous Peoples' Rights Act may actually provide for that, and it's a powerful law, the question actually remains, to what extent is that being respected? I'd like to quote former Supreme Court Justice Antonio Carpio, because he's also one of the passionate justices, who said that it's very sad that we are not being paid as owner of the minerals. So how much do we get? It's basically excise taxes. Although companies say that they have a social development management program which gives a lot of projects to local government units, and there are also royalties to indigenous peoples, but are we being paid as owner of the minerals? So that is a question, and if you ask, does our law actually provide for that? No, it doesn't. It's only in, in terms of taxes. So for women, in fact, when you go through the process of mining, like exploration, that's 30 to 60 feet deep, we have had stories of, men and women actually falling, in this big hole, and until now, some of these holes have not been covered yet. And then this is development. You already removed the trees. One company now has been given a special tree cutting permit to cut 27,929 trees. Can you imagine? In Southern Palawan. And yet they're going to apply for 8,000. So that is just one area. And therefore, when you do utilization, you remove the nickel ore that's brought to the ships, okay, foreign ships. This is small scale, but large scale would have bigger impact. Then you utilize the minerals. Okay, this mineral processing doesn't take place yet in the Philippines because we do not have that technology. So while they may call hydrometallurgical processing plant, they're not converting nickel to another mode, but basically they're cleaning the nickel in Surigao or in Palawan. And then final mine rehabilitation. So you may ask, has final mine rehabilitation successfully been done in the Philippines? So that's still a pending question. So there is a study on a protected area, Mount Mantalingahan, and I'd like to stress this concept of total economic valuation, because the scientists have looked into the value of the forests, culture, the social value, and they saw that if you allow a protected area of 120,000 hectares to be mined, the government will gain 15 billion pesos. But if you will maintain the forest, it's 266 billion. And I'm wondering that in this total economic valuation, are the roles of women actually captured? So that's also a question of mine that we need to engage scientists when you say total valuation of the forest. To what extent does it help women, both women and men, in their livelihood, in their health, addressing health concerns and many other concerns? I have a video of a woman, but it's not playing, sorry. She was asking here, if mining is allowed, what happens to their livelihood? So this is a repeated story all over the country. And what happened in this story is that the former mayor was harassed with a suit before the ombudsman by the mining company, while we argued that it was a strategic lawsuit against public participation. Unfortunately, she was suspended for a year. Fortunately, she won as vice mayor. But there's a story as well of Mary Lou Verano, and it's a good story. She was sued by a mining company with 2 cyber libel suits, and she got acquitted this week for the second case. And that's wonderful. The element of malice was not proven. She's a woman environmental defender. And I'd like to tell that story because that's something that captured that, when you are a leader of a community and you're harassed, we call it a slap suit, you are subjected to stress, sleepless nights, plus, mental anxiety. And whether she would be willing to counter that effort with a malicious prosecution action is something that she's hesitant to do. Because, just dealing with the judicial process is a lot of headache already and stress, and can cause trauma to women. In relation to women, we saw in the law that when there are consultations related to environmental impact assessment, there is no subject or no data on the impact on women. So what do women do in an area like a group of indigenous peoples? They get the water, okay, from the forest because there's watershed there. And then we know that they actually do wash the clothes, they prepare food, and all those reproductive roles. And they are not captured. So gender disaggregated data are not part of the EIA. Example, in the illegal gold panning that took place in the north years ago, many women and children were actually involved there. And the government did not give sufficient attention to that problem. So the law is actually blind. It's gender blind. What else? This is a study a few years ago which looked into the impact of mining and women. And in Bataraza, for instance, women have to bear the consequences of polluted water and poor accessibility to drinking water and household use. Why? Because forests have been removed, so there's deforestation. You have to remove the trees, so that and then you remove the topsoil so that you can get the nickel ore. What else? The law, as I said, is gender blind. So the EIA process doesn't capture that, and women and children are not recognized sectors when you do studies looking into environmental impacts of extractive projects. So look at this old picture. That has been removed already when we complained, but then once upon a time, that happened. So it can continue to happen, and it's not fully documented unless people start complaining. And the question is, how is the health status of the women and the children here, okay, in a mining company? So you have a copy of some of our recommendations. When we engage the government, we have argued that we do have a lot of human rights standards that are articulated in various mining governance frameworks. So this can be legal basis for the government to actually guide the amendments. It's sad, my friends, that there's an alternative mining bill pending for 12 years already. Probably some of you will become lawyers and it's still pending. So that's the challenge now. No? We need to push for a more sustainable, sustainable law that also includes concerns of women. Our proposal is, when we map out potential and ongoing impacts of mining operations, we need to identify the barriers. What actually prevents women from participating? And when you do labor contracts, in mining companies, is there a gender lens? They're just simply saying, okay, you're given maternity leave, but is that enough? they need time to, if they have their kids, no, um, they need to take care of their kids. What time do they have for that? Equal opportunity is also not captured by the existing policy. Um, Women need to be trained. So if there's a social development management program, supposing that mining was allowed in an area, are there purposive training programs that address women's needs? Our proposal as well that in a national action plan, there's a plan on mining, but it doesn't integrate activities indicators on gender equality. As I said, the law is gender blind. We have to push for meaningful participation of women. So if there are groups of women in a locality where an extractive project exists, how do we make sure that they can be encouraged, that they can be capacitated and enlightened about their roles and their consciousness on the impact of pollutive activities to their livelihood and to their lives? What else? We also propose that a specific budget must be allocated. The government doesn't have that, no? Or if you do have a list of conditions that a company is supposed to follow, there is no clear budget on training on women. We also propose that if there are plans, like you have a environmental protection enhancement program and plan, or you do have social development management program and a plan, there should be gender responsive indicators so that if there are women employed in the sector, there can be solid basis to say that there has been improvement in their lives. We also propose that there are taxes that can be used to support women's programs in these mining affected communities. There is also no ombudsperson or team dedicated to monitoring gender concerns. So that is something that we hope government can consider. We are also proposing that there must be a comprehensive sex disaggregated data on gender and mining. And mining companies should be on their toes to periodically generate and submit this data. So it's just not saying that, okay, we employed this number of women, 1,000, 500, 100, but making sure that based on a scoping study or based on their plan, that there has been really change, substantial changes on their lives. And if there are impacts, that should also be addressed. Okay, for safety and environmental provisions of the law, I'm sorry. The EPEP actually, as I said, that is required by the law, but it doesn't specifically cover plans for the benefit of women. So is putting up a daycare center enough, or should training be needed, or do we need to enlighten them about the reproductive health bill, to make them more empowered? Those are things that need to be considered. The mechanism that would look into issues if women are not paid well, their salaries are delayed, or there can be sexual harassment while at work, there must be a definite mechanism to address that. So if you, just like I recall, in the barangay, there are women's desk. So would this be possible to be set up in the industry or in a company? In the EIA process, as I said, it's not only the mining law, which is gender blind, even the EIA doesn't capture women concerns in a specific community. They talk about livelihood, the whole community. But the problem example of access to water, livelihood, the impact on the reproductive roles of women, productive and reproductive roles. So to extent is quantitative and qualitative data actually belabored when you do an environmental impact assessment. The ECCs, the Environmental Compliance Certificate, is a document that actually certifies that a mining company has complied with the environmental impact statement system. But then, if you look at the litany of terms and conditions there, it doesn't state any gender concerns. So as I said, it's not just the mining law, but even our EIS system also needs to be genderized, okay? For lack of a better word. I reiterate that there is a program, but gender-responsive projects are not indicated there, okay? Probably I think it's very important that the industry, because it exists, that they are enlightened about all these laws involving women, and if they can come up with their projects, there must be specific identified activities, whether it's training, whether it's allocating time for women to be with their families, okay? And whether rehabilitation of, let's say, 1,000 hectares of forest that has resulted to deforestation, and there's no watershed now, and access to water now becomes a problem. How can that rehabilitation take place, considering the treble effects on families and women? So that is very important. It's not just there's science there, gender specialists, to me would be very, very important. Now for labor, are these enough? Are menstrual leaves enough? If there, let's say 50 to 60% of women are part of the labor force. So what should be a deliberate program to make sure that their concerns are addressed and there is actually promotion? So that should also be indicated in the plan. And then monitoring. To what extent are women's organizations involved in monitoring impacts of mining in their areas? It only says indigenous peoples, civil society, and then a lot of government offices or officials. But women's organizations, they have to fight for their presence there. Plus capacity building for these teams. As I said, when government looks into compliance with the law and the ECCs and other laws, environmental laws, it must be from a gender lens. Even the laws on mining, the prohibited acts, they're also gender blind. So there's no prohibition, there's no prohibited act nor penalties for any violation of women's laws, in relation to mining. So that is also something that should be included. And I think I'd like to end my presentation with these are all still part of the never-ending advocacy work. Okay, it's a work in progress, but these are some options that we can do, we have started to do, engaging with the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, the Mines and Geosciences Bureau, Department of Labor, to push for policy reform. Going to Congress takes ages, but perhaps administrative issuances can be done to compel changes in the SDMPs, in the Environmental Protection Enhancement Programs, and many other plans. We also need to get the support of the National Commission on the Role of Filipino Women. Does the Commission actually, I know they exist, but my question is to what extent are they actively involved? So that's also something to consider. Pushing for a new law has been done. I think, to me, it's almost 15 years now, and it has never actually passed second reading in Congress. For various reasons. I think we are aware of the politics behind that. And I think lastly, it would be good to engage with Director Balisacan, because the National Economic Development Authority prepares the Philippine Development Plan. And if you have a chapter there on women, I hope there is, how can the gender concerns be integrated into extractives? So that is something that can be an opportunity for women's groups to participate, but as I said, it is not easy and it has not been easy. So sharing this with you, I hope that, I know there are other laws where you can look into forestry, fishery, even other environmental laws, but these are important information, important updates, and important initiatives to share. And we hope we can gather support from future lawyers here, okay, or even lawyers for now, to push for this agenda. So that's Women and Environment, focusing on mining for us. Thank you and mabuhay po.
Thank you so much, Ate Joyty. So pretty interesting. A lot of points to ponder of how we can move forward in having more gender-responsive environmental laws. And of course, like what was mentioned earlier, the mining laws are just the mining laws currently are just as an example or case study of sorts. Okay, so our last segment for this morning session we would have two speakers. Both of them would focus on issues of LGBTQIA+. So let me introduce to you our next speaker. Emilio Jose Armaza is associate professor of criminal law, bio law, and bioethics at the Justo University in Bilbao and Spain. He is concurrently the co-director of the university's Master of Laws program and International Legal Studies. In 2014, Professor Armaza joined the Ethics and Bioethics Commission of the University of the Basque Country, of which he is still a board member and continues to evaluate the ethical and legal aspects of research projects in the university. He has authored 6 books, over 40 book chapters, and 30 journal articles, with some indexed in the most important scientific databases. Professor Emilio completed his law degree at the Catholic University of Santa Maria in Peru. He later completed his Doctor of Laws degree, outstanding cum laude, from the University of the Basque Country. Everyone, please welcome Professor Emilio Armaza.
Yeah. Thank you very much, first of all, to all of you for attend to this conference. I would like to begin this presentation expressing my deep gratitude to Dean Jose Maria Ofileña, Dean of Ateneo Law School, also to Associate Dean Maita Chang Gonzaga for the invitation, our local host Ryan Murphy, who is over there. And also, I want to express that I feel very honored to share this forum with prestigious academics and professionals, not only in the law sciences. And for me, it's really important this moment. Thank you very much, Professor Amparitas Santa Maria, Dr. Janice Melgar, Professor Griselda, and Professor Mayra. Thank you very much. And finally, at the institutional level, I just want to thank Ateneo Law School, CALESA Project, Malaga University. We have also friends from Malaga, and I would like to send greetings for our colleague Pepin, who must be maybe sleeping at this moment in Spain. Well, the purpose of my presentation are not to give you some final remarks, final conclusions. I don't have answers for the questions I'm going to share with you. I just have doubt. And this is because the research I have made is on process. So it's an ongoing work. So I don't have and many answers of the problems that I'm going to share with you. But what I want to share with you is make some comments about what it is happening in the Spanish society, taking into account a new regulation about transsexualism, which problems that we are dealing with which is the opinion of society, the opinion of the scholars, and something related with that. And it has to do with gender violence, not transsexualism issues, but gender violence, and also with phobia against LGBTQIA community, plus community. The questions, the reflections, the thoughts, the ideas I'm going to share with you will be made from the perspective of philosophy of law and also from the perspective of criminal law. But not only with that, maybe I'm going to take reflections, ideas of constitutional law, civil law, labor law. It will be a little bit like a mix of thoughts, of ideas. Well, he's it's because he's Empedocles. Empedocles was a Greek philosopher. He lives 5th centuries before Christ. And he's famous for many reasons, but one of them is that he made one of the first categorization of elements we know. As you can see on the slide, he states that all that exists in the world is composed by water, by air, fire, and soil. Greeks, many centuries ago. Now we know that this is not the reality. We have another way of thinking, another element. We know that issues have changed. But the important thing of Empedocles and his work is that he began to make distinctions between objects, between things. And one of the important ideas of Empedocles was to give some characteristics to these objects. Water, Empedocles says, is humid. Air is dry. Fire, hot. Soil, cold. Was what he believes. And this methodology brings us the definitions, and we start to construct definitions. 25 centuries ago, malnourished citizens of ancient times realized that it was necessary to define things that we have around us. And one important thing is that these old persons did not use tautologies. A tautology, as you can see on the slide, is a question, a conversation between two persons. Hey dude, what is a cilia? A chair. And the answer is, May, don't be silly. How do you make this question? A cilia is a silla. This is a tautology. This is not a definition. This is a repetition. This does not give us any concept, any characteristics. We can define a silla like an object with 4 legs. We can use it to sit. We can use it to step on to reach something that is very high. We can use it in a hall, in a room, in our house, on the park, on the street. But we can define objects, not using tautologies. But what is important of this Empedocles is that he brings us the idea of definitions. And then we have Plato, not the Plato to eat. Platon in Spanish. He also lives more or less at the same period of Empedocles. And he started to develop the idea of definition, of categorization. And he said, in the world exists 2 types of things: concrete things and abstract things. Concrete things exist in the space and in the time. This is a concrete thing. Computer, human beings, we are concrete things, but abstract things does not exist in space, and in time. Examples of concrete things: fire, soil, that were the elements described by Empedocles. But all elementary particles and all configurations like protons, dust, virus, humans, elephants, planets, stars, galaxies, the universe as a whole is a concrete thing. But abstract things, hot, cold, numbers, colors, ideas, thoughts, values, all of this does not exist in the space and nor exists in the time. I'm not going to talk anymore about Greek philosophers, but I'm going to talk about the present moment. Why I made this presentation about what does exist and what does it not exist. And let me introduce you the persons that are making definitions today. We are making definitions. We work as lawyers, as professionals. We are the protagonists of this third scenes that I've called. In law sciences, we make definitions. We make a lot of definitions. We make categorizations of different objects. All the time, we're making definitions, all the time. This is what we do in every moment. So, concrete objects that are important for law sciences. I have said some of them some minutes ago. Human being, animals, environment is a concrete object. Physical integrity, cars. I don't know if in Filipino penal code, criminal code, there is a crime that those person who drives a car and is not sober and is drunk. Maybe there is, I don't know. Drugs, nuclear power plants, these are concrete objects. But abstract objects, private law, public law, constitutional law, criminal law, labor law, human rights. We were talking about abstract objects all the time during this conference. Fundamental rights, social rights, economic rights, human dignity. But for us, for lawyers, for scientists from that belongs to the perspective of law, it is quite important to make definitions. We have this principle of legality. And it's a key part of our legal system. And we need to understand the meaning, the signification of every single word that we use in our criminal, not only criminal code, in our legal system and on our legal tools. That's why we have to talk about, in this fourth part of this conference, about LGBTQIA. It's because my English, I'm sorry, I know how to say it very fastly in Spanish, but for me it's a little bit difficult. So, I'm going to talk about different things. The first one, the biological categorization of human beings. Then, the question of sexual orientation. Third, relational orientation. Fourth, gender roles and gender identity. This is not a closed list of issues I'm going to describe. This is only an abstract of all identities that exist in the world. But, well, we can begin with talking about this. First, biological characterization. We belong to the kingdom, I think, of mammals. There exist persons that has been called male or men that has some types of genotype. They have chromosomes XI. They have male genitals. They produce a sperm. And we have another kind of human beings, female, woman. They have a different genotype. They have different chromosomes, X and Y. They have female genitals and they don't produce sperm. They produce other things that are X, totally different. So the idea or the purpose of this categorization is to identify how we reproduce ourselves, how we have children. This is let's say the concrete definition of what is, not abstract definition, concrete definition, what is male and female. But also we have another group, it's not too numerous, it's not too big, but there exist in the world, that are the intersexual persons. These intersexual persons are, from the point of view of biology, that not fits typical binary notions of male or female boys. So we cannot say this is a male, cannot say this is a female, because it doesn't fit the characteristics I have explained before. Well, sexual orientation. When we talk about sexual orientation, we have to ask us, who attracts me? Who I like, without taking into consideration who I am. It doesn't matter who I am. The question is, who attracts me? And we have gays, lesbian, polysexual, pansexual. Gay is a person, a male that likes males. Lesbian, a girl that likes girls. Polysexual, a person that likes many genders, not all. And pansexual, person that likes all genders. And we have a very first difficult term to define, the political lesbianism. And we have to ask, we decide who attract us, and we found a group of persons that says, yes, I have decided. I don't want to be with men because, for example, patriarchal, how to say it? Patriarchy must be, patriarchy, misogyny, it's a political position, no? To refuse. It's not I wasn't born like that. I decide to do that. So this person states that. Then, sexual orientation. There is another spectrum. No? Monogamous person is most common in societies. Heterosexual, we found the first one, a male that are related with a female. Homosexual, male with male, or female with female, homosexual relationships. And then we have non-monogamous. And there are another spectrum of non-monogamous persons. But take into account that this definition is related with the issues of how we establish relationships with other persons. It's not the question of gender identity. Then the swinger, the persons that change partner. Hierarchical polyamory, persons that loves many persons, but they have a hierarchy, some principal partner, and then the rest are not too important partners. Non-hierarchical polyamory, relationship anarchy, and so on. There are a lot of spectrum of this category. Then gender roles. This is a matter of how I express my feelings and how we are expected to behave. And we can behave like, between brackets, like masculine males. Maybe you can think that I am behaving as a male. But other persons express their identity as a female. But we have also in the middle persons that express both. This is another issue. And finally, which is the topic I want to discuss, gender identity. When we talk about gender identity, we are talking about which is or are my genders, or my gender or my genders in plural. How do I feel? And we will found different categorizations. The first one, binary genders. The first one is cisgender. Cisgender is a person that, for example, is biologically male and he feels like a male. Cisgender also is a woman, biological woman, that feels like a woman. And bigender is a person that feels both. But in any case, we are talking about male and female. That's why those three categories are binary, male and female. But we have non-binary genders. The first one, agender, a person that does not feel anything, nor male, not female. We escape of binary conception. Then demigender is a kind, I don't know when to say it's a kind of a gender, but it's a person that in the first step does not feel that belongs to any gender, but sometimes to male or sometimes to female. Then trigender, a person that feels not two, three genders. And you will ask, which other three genders? Look up this list. There are a lot of genders, no? Then gender fluid. Someday I feel male, tomorrow I feel female. Xenogender. Xenogender includes other way of feelings more than human. Very few persons have been described like this. But polygender, a person who feels many genders but not all genders. And finally, pangender, a person who feels all genders. Okay. what is important to discuss, and I'm not going to give an answer, is if those concepts are concrete concepts. Let's think about Empedocles again. Concrete objects or abstract objects, because both have different characteristics, and it's important for us to determine in which kind of category we include all of these concepts. Okay. Let's talk about violence against LGBTQIA plus community. At this point, we are completely, I think, we agree in that we are in front of a community that is quite vulnerable. They are discriminated in many different ways. They are discriminated. I'm going to focus on trans persons, okay? I'm not going to talk about sexual orientation, the classification about relationship. I'm going to forgive that look. I'm just going to talk about gender identity, not about biological characterization, sexual orientation, relational orientation, not gender roles, just gender identity. And I'm going to focus on that. So, they are discriminated because they are considered trans, weird person, queer person, discriminated from the beginning, from they are child. They suffer bullying and physical violence in the schools. They are very, 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 just think how they must feel, how a little person of 8 years or 9 years to be kicked by their colleagues. So they suffer from the beginning of their lives. They quit school, they leave school because they suffer bullying at the school. So sometimes they lack, they don't have education. If they don't have education, they won't be able to find a well-paid job. So this has impact in the economic status. This causes social exclusion. Sometimes they are forced to prostitution. They are victims of sexual slavery, drug trafficking, etc. Some of them are migrants. The lucky ones, regular, with papers, with passport. The not lucky ones, illegal, any document. Some of them are refugees because they escape of their countries to look a better place. Some of them are victims of trafficking, human trafficking. They have been sold as objects. And finally, they suffer xenophobia, those who are foreigners, and also racism. So this is the reality of transsexual person in many cases. The discussion is not that if they suffer of discrimination, if they suffer of violence, attacks, exclusion, because they suffer of that. This is the point. This is a fact. What have done the international organizations? I have to apologize because I didn't begin my presentation saying that I am not an expert in international law, but I have made some research about the international documents. I am expert in criminal law. At the international level, we have some pronunciation of the United Nations. As you can see on the slides, we have at least 4 resolutions that deals with LGBTQ plus community. And these resolutions encourage countries to respect their rights, to protect them, given that they are aware that they suffer from discrimination. So this is an important step. We don't have a pronunciation, we don't have a treaty concerning transgender people, but we have resolutions, recommendations. Maybe in the future, I hope. But what we have is the Yogyakarta principles. It's non-compulsory document, but at least this document states a list of principles that must guide states to develop legal tools, to protect this community. Okay? And now, please, let me talk about the Spanish case, what is what I want to share with you, our experience on that. Look, we have, oh, this is a mistake. I repeat the laws, as you can see. The first one is of 2007, must be 2007. Okay, this is a mistake. But in 2007, Spanish government published a law, Spanish Parliament published a law, in which the Parliament states that if somebody wants to change their gender, must fulfill some requirements. First one must be Spaniard. Well, second must be old enough, not a minor, must be an adult. And third one must present at least one diagnosis, one evidence that the person suffer of a disease that is called dysphoria of gender dysphoria. Look what I said, a disease. And LGBTQ community were like, man, we are not a sick persons. Why you are requiring me a document that states that I am ill? But it was what it was stated on the previous law, the law of 2007. At least those persons has to present this document. But the law also says if the person has suffered chirurgical intervention, it's okay. We accept that as well. This is the other extreme, let's say, to request the interventions. Chirurgical, how is pronounced? Chirurgical in English. Surgery intervention. Okay. In 2023, 28th of February, less than 1 month ago, the Spanish Parliament has changed the law, and we have included a new process for trans persons. This is the law. I'm going to translate the name for real equality and effective equality of trans persons and to guarantee the rights of LGBTQ persons. This is the name of the law. Why we obtained this law? Because LGBTQ community is a social movement that is very active, and we're fighting against the previous law that says that you are sick, you are ill, and you must present this document. And they are strong enough in this moment, and they have pushed to the government to change the law. And what says this new law? Let's read this article. I'm going to translate it into English, more or less. Article 43. All persons of Spanish nationality, old enough, older than 16 years, can request by themselves the rectification of the sex on the registry. Article 44. The exercise, and I have highlighted the word, the exercise of the right to rectification of the sex cannot be conditioned to the previous exhibition of a medical report. Look, all this change. The previous report, the previous medical report is not needed anymore, nor to the previous modification. Oh no, I'm not, sorry. I was explaining this. We cannot request surgery, neither. At this moment, if in Spain we want to change our sex, we just have to go to the registry and says, dear civil servant, I want to change my sex. And please don't request me any document, nothing, because it is my right. it is a right right now. Well, questions and doubts. I'm going to bring to the discussion another topic that is related. The question that has been very well explained with my colleagues, the question of gender violence. What is gender violence and how is regulated under Spanish criminal law? Under Spanish criminal law, we consider as a gender violence those attacks, those aggressions that are committed by a man and the victim is a woman. If the offender is a female and the victim is a female, this is not gender violence under Spanish law. Okay? Under Spanish. Gender violence exists only when the offender is male and the victim is female. And we have also another characteristic in our criminal legislation, that our criminal code has decided that the penalty for gender violence will be serious than the penalty for regular attacks. I'm going to put an example. I have my wife and I have here my friend, Pablo, and my wife, Maria, for instance. I kick one punch to my wife and I broke her nose. And after that, I punched my friend and broke his nose. The same injury. Any of these injuries are different. But under Spanish criminal law, for the crime that I have committed to my wife, I'm going to deserve a more serious punishment because this is in the framework of gender violence. The foundations, the reason for what we punish more seriously this kind of offenses is that we want to fight against sexism. And there is no sexism when I kick my friend. It's sexism when I attack my wife. So that's why we have different penalties. The question is, or the problem, the difficulty I have now is how in this moment, under the new law that we have enacted 1 month ago, how we can define who is a woman. Because the new law does not include any definition. And we already know that definitions are important. And this is a labyrinth without any escape. I'm trying to look if there is any definition on what is a male and what is a female. And what the first thing I have found is the biological difference. Male is the person who has chromosome X and X, and female, a person who has chromosomes X and Y. But this is so simple. Is gender a concrete thing that we can define from the biological point of view, or on the contrary, is an abstract thing? If we think, if we state that this is an abstract thing, at least we have to give some characteristics, because the most easy way is to make it a tautology. A woman, remember, a cilia is a cilia. A woman is a woman. A male is a male. Other could say, no, woman is that persons that feel like a woman, and male is a person that feel like a male. But let's explore more deeply. How does it feel to be a woman? How does it feel to be a male? Can we add characteristics in order to decide who is a woman, who is a male? If we add characteristics, we have to be very careful in order to try to avoid gender roles. Women has long hair. Males doesn't have long hair. Women wear faldas. I don't have the word in English. A skirt. That is what we want, to define persons by features. So this is a very, very complex question. This has led the literature to start to, because, you know, we have a different legal treatment in Spain. I have explained it. Gender violence, just remember the example. If I kick my wife and if I kick my friend, this is a different treatment. And literature has started to say maybe some men will decide to change their gender in order to avoid possible criminal liability, at least more serious criminal liability. Another issues, we have specific positions for women in works. For example, to become policeman, to become firefighter, there are different requirements for males and for women. Maybe some males will want to take advantage of the new law, change their gender, and obtain benefits. This is a fraud of law, this is abuse of law, and I will say yes, because that person doesn't feel as a woman. But the first question is, how does it feel as a woman? But just think if we have overcome this difficult question. But the first thing is that yes, he's committing an abuse of law. But the problem is that our law does not include any definition. So I cannot say that it is abuse because woman or male is not defined. So we are in a labyrinth right now with the new law. Just let me introduce you the definition that has been developed by Simone de Beauvoir. Simone de Beauvoir, biology is not destiny, said this important philosopher. One is not born, but rather to become a woman. No biological, psychological, or economic destiny defines the figure that the human female acquires in society. Simone de Beauvoir also is not giving us a definition. Simone de Beauvoir is telling us we cannot define a woman by these characteristics, but it's not giving us definition. So we are now in a very important dilemma, if I can say. Well, question. I have questions from criminal law, at least doubts that I have. From administrative law, labor law, I talk about the positions, like to become firefighter, to become policeman, whatever. But I want to finish my presentation telling you what could happen now in Spain with the crown, with the kingdom. You know, this is a royal family of Spain. King Felipe, here, Queen Letizia, the older daughter, Princess Leonor, and the youngest daughter, Infanta Sofia. Constitution, Spanish Constitution states, the next king must be a man. Only if it's not a male, if the couple doesn't have a male children, could be a female, but will be the oldest female. So in this moment, she will be the next queen of Spain. What happened? That the youngest one, under this new law, could change the gender and could become a male and can alterate the order of succession. I was talking with my colleagues from constitutional law yesterday, and we were saying, yeah, but we can fix that. If she becomes also a male, she recovers the position. So, I have said at the beginning of this presentation, I don't have answers. I just want to share with you what are the issues we are discussing in Spain, and I hope you have enjoyed. Salamat po. Thank you.
Maraming salamat, Professor Emilio. Okay, pretty. That's, interesting would be an understatement to cap off that last slide that we saw. Okay, on to our next speaker. Let me introduce her. Dr. Mira Alexis Ofreneo is Associate Professor and a former Chairperson of the Department of Psychology at the Ateneo de Manila University. She is concurrently the Director of the University Gender Hub, which is Ateneo's center that has for its mission the building of a gender-inclusive, gender-safe, and gender-responsive university community. She has been an advocate of gender equality, gender justice, and gender and sexual diversity for over 2 decades now. Dr. Ofreneo's research and practice as a licensed psychologist are anchored on feminist psychology. She has published works on gender issues, including those related to violence, HIV/AIDS, and HIV/AIDS, among others. Professor Mira obtained her Master of Arts degree in Counseling Psychology and her PhD in Social Psychology from the Ateneo. Everyone, please welcome Dr. Mira Alexis Ofreneo.
Hello? Are you still awake? Sige, my marker is like we're approaching noon, so that's like lunchtime. But our program says we're here until 1 p.m. I'm very privileged, honored to be part of this panel, and excited really to be here in the Ateneo Law School and be part of this program. I'm also very happy to hear from our colleague from Spain, Professor Emilio, and to come after him. And I wanted to answer him while he was asking questions, but maybe that will be up for the open forum. Just to dovetail from his presentation, it's interesting to note that we do not have such laws. We have not, well, you probably are aware that the SOGI Equality Bill has been in Congress for more than 20 years, for the last 2 decades, since 1999. I guess we have beat the record of the reproductive health bill becoming into law in 14 years, so now we're counting 20 plus. Let's see if it will happen within this administration. So the issues that Professor Emilio raises, no, in some way, I just want to acknowledge that there are issues shared across, for example, our transgender community and our LGBTQIA+ community across the world. Not just in Spain, not just in the Philippines, but across different countries. And how laws will matter, no? How policies will matter to people's lives. And my presentation today will begin with an attempt to show how it matters in people's lives. And I hope you will indulge me. I will start with 2 extracts, no, 2 stories. To start with a story of gender-based violence, and then maybe a reference to what it is like to be part of the LGBTQIA+ community and to live with stigma and discrimination every day. And interestingly, the extracts are coming from 2 philosophers. One is Linda Alcoff, and the other is Judith Butler. I've shared the materials also which come from my own class of Psychology of Gender, and I hope some of you would take a look. I've also shared some materials of how men can be feminist. So one work is with Michael Kimmel, because in the end I will point to that. No? Here it says, I've changed the title of my presentation. Today I would like to ask all of us to sort of reflect and maybe try to confront this culture. Even this assertion. For today, I am referring to it as a culture. And the earlier presenters have shown the picture that this is really a structural issue, it's a systemic problem, right? And of course, we need policy, we need implementation. But why is it a continuing problem, and why is it such a pervasive problem for us to refer to it as systemic? It is not just one man and one woman or one trans person. It is not just Pedro and Maria. It is not isolated. These are not isolated incidents. So I'll begin with the story. And I'm setting my timer. Okay. Mali. Okay. Sorry. Glasses. Okay. So Linda Alcoff writes, at the end of her introductory chapter to a book she wrote called Rape and Resistance. To be a writer writing about rape who has herself been raped is a kind of category mistake. I'm just making a note. I forgot to express a trigger warning that this could be a triggering presentation. So if ever it feels difficult, try to take deep breaths. And if not, just maybe tune out of the presentation. And that's okay. And you can come to me later if you wish. Okay. To be a writer writing about rape who has herself been raped is a kind of category mistake. I argue in this book that there is less of a policing of rape than of rape victims' speech. Where we speak, what we might say, and how we say it is controlled and curtailed, and there are high costs incurred by the disobedient. The bottom line is that our visible verbal presence makes people uncomfortable. We are discomfiting. I am writing this book because I was raped at the age of 9. There was no slow seduction, no build-up of a relationship that turned into something creepy. Just a violence that took me utterly by surprise. It happened more than once. The effect was a difficulty negotiating my everyday environment, the new experience of an ever-present fear, a frightening realization that the world, including my own street, was unsafe, and an understanding that neither my family nor my friends could protect me from terror. The culmination was a complete incapacity to tell. The perpetrator was a neighbor, not a stranger, but a person known to my family, to my friends, someone not outside but within the trusted domain of social relationships in which I lived. And it involved something that even in my unschooled mind, I knew to be sexual, and thus to be a taboo. That is, an unspoken, forbidden thing, something not to be associated with children, never to be associated with anything between children and adults, and never to have anything to do with me. Let me now share from Judith Butler. And somewhere in the beginning of her opening chapter to Undoing Gender, she/they, in a recent interview, she has at some point identified as non-binary. So they write, if I am a certain gender, will I still be regarded as part of the human? Which I feel resonates so much with the presentation of Professor Emilio. how we define who is human in the law, who is entitled to human rights. And so Judith Butler writes, if I am a certain gender, will I still be regarded as part of the human? Will the human expand to include me in its reach? If I desire in certain ways, will I be able to live? Will there be a place for my life? And will it be recognizable to the others upon whom I depend for social existence? I may feel that without some recognizability, I cannot live. But I may also feel that the terms by which I am recognized make life unlivable. I wanted to start with that because when we talk of social issues, at times it may seem so big and even abstracted. But what may be my main message today is to remember that every issue we encounter, social issue, is material to people, is experienced, is embodied, is lived. So when we see numbers, and we've seen so many numbers today, each number there, each statistic is a person. I will have a few numbers. So I'll go to some numbers, and then I will go and perhaps define a little bit what we mean by gender-based violence, which interestingly, historically, was in the beginning labeled as violence against women, and that's the law that we have, an anti-vow law, an anti-vowsy law. You see the shift in the label, the shift in understanding the definitions, now referred to as gender-based violence. And I will go a bit into the impact of this issue of gender-based violence to people in their everyday. That's the first part. And then the second part is, let's try to unpack culture. Let's try to unpack culture. Because something is keeping this issue alive. What is perpetuating it? What is making it happen every day, every hour, every minute? What makes it normative, not normal, normative, meaning so common? What makes it even acceptable that it is made a joke, that it is taken lightly at times? And let's unpack that, and for that, I will have some examples from public talk, public discourse, some of politicians, some of celebrities, in relation to certain policies as well. For example, the passage recently of the Safe Spaces Act, the Bawal Bastos Law, and the continuing struggle to try to pass a SOGI equality law. Okay. So people have referred to the SGDs today, and these are supposedly our global goals. Among them, SDG number 5, gender equality. And part of that is to end violence against women. That's how it's stated in the goal. What I want to highlight here, I'll move a little bit, I'm having a struggle. Here, this is the number that we have, 1 in 3. Can you stay with that number? What does it mean? What does it mean with the people you will encounter in your life? Anywhere you go, 1 out of every 3 women would have had an experience of some form of violence in their lifetime. How do you feel about this number? 1 of 3, among them me, I have experienced violence in my own life. As a girl, as a woman. 1 in 3. That is so huge. 33% of the entire global population of women and girls. And I wanted to compare that to the first goal of the SDGs, poverty. What is the goal? Is it to keep on supporting the poor or to eradicate poverty? Eliminate. Zero poverty. What's the number? 736 million in extreme poverty in the world, 10%. And I was quite shocked when I did the research here because here's the number for gender-based violence. 736 million. So what's the goal? Is it to eradicate gender-based violence, violence against women, with the same effort that we put to end hunger and poverty? Because sometimes I feel that gender-based violence has become a forgotten issue. Services, where are the services? Parang I felt like it had peaked at some point, even in our own context, when we had so many feminist groups, women's groups, doing their own work, including, of course, Likhaan. But where is that? Where are we here? Because that number is bigger than the 10%. You have 30% of women age 15 and older who would be experiencing some form of physical or sexual violence in their lifetime. And it was defined by the UN in the 90s, 30 years back. That was the first time a declaration was issued to acknowledge that, oh, violence against women exists. There are many forms because there are many varieties, some of them cultural. Like we have practices of female genital mutilation still. We still have girls being married off to older men. We still have child marriage. So here, interestingly, violence against women was defined as an act of gender-based violence. I don't know if that will follow the definition rules of the law, but that's how it was stated. And the focus here is that it can result to harm or suffering, whether it's physical, whether it's sexual, whether it is psychological. Okay. And eventually, as we evolve in our understanding of violence against women, the term shifted to gender-based violence. And even up to now, we interchange them at times. And interestingly, because the campaign of the United Nations is to end vow, it has stayed. No? So in a way, because of our law that is also anti-vow, the language has stayed. But this shift is meaningful because what it highlights here is that it is not just women who could be experiencing gender-based violence. It could also be men, because men can also be raped. And it's a different story as well when men report being raped and sometimes being raped by men as well. Or when violence targets LGBTQIA+ people, or when trans men or trans women are murdered. No? And why we need to have a day to remember trans people who have died from hate crimes. And so the shift in language emphasizes that gender-based violence is not just because of you appearing as, man and woman, but because of the expectations set by society in relation to our gender, in relation to our sexuality, based as well on the differential power status accorded to the many genders. And so now we acknowledge, this is what we're wanting to emphasize, that GBV is inclusive of men. It can be against men, between women, between men, but also on the basis of sexual orientation, gender identity, expression, sex characteristics, based on SOGSC, and now the law has, not law, but the bill has also changed its wording and language. It is now discrimination on the basis of SOGSC. The language is evolving as we continue to fight to have the bill passed, but that targets our LGBTQIA plus community. And so when we speak of gender-based violence, that is inclusive also of the violence that targets people because of their gender identity, because of their sexual orientation, because of how they may appear to people, because how people see them. And perhaps the most celebrated case or famous case of a trans person dying out of a hate crime is Jennifer Laude. And of course, you know the story of what happened there. So discrimination on the basis of SOGI exists even in our own schools, not because there's something unique with our schools, but because we are part of the larger society. We're embedded in a society that continues to stigmatize people for their gender or their sexuality. And you have people, even young people, you can have high school students bullied, ridiculed, targeted, no, for their gender, for their sexuality. How would you feel if someone anonymously will just say, pare-rape kita? Ang dapat sa'yo, ma-rape. You should be raped. And that's seen as a joke. That's form of gender-based bullying, targeting you. Or sabihin sa'yo, patayin kita. Pag nakita kita, I'll just shoot you. Threats. Those are real. No? So there's bullying, discrimination, even for young people, very young people. No? And this links us to the impact. So in the literature, we see that LGBTQIA+ people are an at-risk population. When we say at-risk, in terms of mental health, that has to do with the experience of suicidality, of self-harm, suicide, 4 times more likely than your cisgender heterosexual population. 3 times more likely to experience a mental health condition, 2.5 times more likely to experience depression, anxiety, substance use. And that also intersects with experiences of violence for our young women, our girls. We see here that GBV is experienced differently. Perhaps for a minor offense, no? Like perhaps being catcalled might be easy to overcome. But what if that's done to you persistently every day, in and out, in your office, you're catcalled, you're touched, like, how would that feel to experience that daily? And so sometimes gender-based violence can be a struggle to overcome, if even makes sense to overcome it. But the point here is that it is an experience people can carry for life. And so you can have a person who was raped at 9, who will live through their 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, carrying that experience. It does not end with that moment of violence, because the violence is lived, embodied. It stays in the body. And it can stay in the body for life. And so these effects could be physical, could be sexual, could be social, could be psychological. And that's where we see trauma. That's where we see the intersection now of gender, sexuality, experiences of violence, and mental health issues. And socially, because it is so hard to tell. It is so hard to share.
the story, that you can feel isolated. And then when you do share, that you are even at times blamed for what happened. That it's because of what you were wearing, or why did you even go to the party, or why did you even go drinking. The stigma and the lack of validation. And so we highlight here the psychological issues, the long-lasting issues, especially when people experience the violence and they have experienced freezing. Because it has now been documented that not everyone will experience fight or flight, and many times people will be immobilized, as if they cannot move, as if they cannot speak in that moment. And what happens is this sense of freezing shifts the brain automatically. This is an automatic response. So that even when you're no longer there, you suddenly can just be triggered. And there is a sense of loss of safety. So I'll end this part on the loss of safety. And what could it feel like for someone to not feel safe, not just in their own space, right? But even in their own body. Not to feel safe to relate to people, to have these negative thoughts, intrusive thoughts about themselves that they carry because of what has happened. Okay, I have 10 minutes. So let's go now to the culture. For this presentation, I thought I could just sort of stay with this ecological model. And people have made references to what are the structural determinants, what are the social determinants, what are the things happening in the environment. For now, let's look at agency, culture, and structure. We have individual people, and we can change the world one person at a time. We have structure. We can change the system. That's policy. That's law. That's your area, right? And not just having a law, but implementing the law, and having services, institutions working for that. For this presentation, I wish to highlight culture, with the idea that they all shape each other, but that any of us can impact culture, can change norms. So we change institutions, we change norms, we change people, parang ang laki, ang dami nating gagawin. But what if we try to think that changing culture is about changing the way we talk about issues? How do you start recognizing that gender-based violence is an issue? It is not one isolated incident, that it is pervasive, that it is normative, that something has to be done. How? How do we convince individual people to be allies? How do we make men part of the feminist movement? How can men be feminists? How can a man see an issue of violence against a woman, his issue? Or how can we see an issue of a transgender person as ours? To challenge that hegemonic discourse, that way of seeing reality, and to break that. In a way, that was the example of the reproductive health bill, no? Somehow na-challenge yung dominant discourse that is tied to Catholicism, that was tied to, a very strong religious discourse, to say that no, we need reproductive health. We need alternative discourses. Let's have a few examples. And let's just say broadly, we have this dominant discourse of sexism, misogyny, and we're trying to understand what is the feminist discourse here. How do we answer? Imagine that on social media, there's so much talk, right? And every day, you will hear, snippets, lines that reflect, that's a sexist line, that's a misogynist comment. And what is the counter talk? How do we answer? How do we respond? Here's an example. Well, at some point, we had a president who uttered certain words, uttered certain words many times throughout his term. And here, this is a reference to rape. No? So this was one of the first rape jokes he had uttered. There's the translation in English. I'll just read the English. The Filipinos can also stay with the original wording. And this was a joke he uttered, saying, oh, all the women were raped. Looking at this particular woman, I looked at her face. She looks like a beautiful American actress. What a waste. What came to mind was they raped her. But she was so beautiful, the mayor should have been first. What a waste. I think you remember this moment. No? And he would have several other jokes about raping women and even encouraging our soldiers to rape. How is that acceptable? And in this time, in this moment, what we've seen is a rise in this kind of talk. And that when people will talk on social media, all of a sudden, you can get a threat that, oh, gusto mo, rape ka? I-rape kita? Pa-rape kita? Do you want to be raped? And rape here is taken lightly. But each utterance has an impact. We return to the people. We return to the embodied experience of people. What does this say? What is the message here? You have an example. Risa, of course, has been one of our biggest advocates, who stood, always would stand, always would speak. No? And here, towards passing the Bawal Bastos law. Here, she speaks that I hope, and this eventually became a law with the Safe Spaces Act, that with the Bawal Bastos law, I hope that our citizens will feel braver, will speak with louder voices to call out anyone in public spaces. Even the most powerful, someone in the highest public space, the office of the president. I'm offering these examples for us to just try to reflect on how can we be part of changing the discourse surrounding this issue. Like with cis heteronormativity, with the dominant discourse privileging cisgender people and heterosexual people. And we have here LGBTQIA+ or queer activism. This is an ongoing debate because we still have not passed the SOGI equality bill. And we have our, should we say favorite? So we have Senator Soto here saying, oh, ang dami namang letters ng LGBTQIA+. Why the 90 letters? Why not Homo sapiens? We're all the same. And then this came out, the issue about who's a man and a woman, saying, if you are a man, you will never be a woman because you cannot reproduce. You cannot give birth. You do not have ovaries. You will never be a woman. So this, the SOGI bill, is against women's rights. Here's an example of how come we do not have a transgender recognition law in the country. So still Senator Soto. No? So it has no chance of passing in the Senate. It transgresses academic freedom, religious freedom, women's rights. I'm taking this from the last, I think that was the last congressional hearings ng 2019, if I'm not mistaken. No? This was the pre-pandemic talk And now the talk is ongoing. And I remember at that time, we were attending the congressional hearings, speaking, and we have some of our advocates doing the counter talk. This is Dr. Tessa Devella from Miriam College Women and Gender Institute. Academic freedom should not include, it does not include the freedom to discriminate. Religious freedom does not include the freedom to hate. Or we have Sister Mary Jan from Saint Scholastica. This Soji Equality Bill does not give special rights. I am a religious woman and I believe in respect and compassion. We have Mina Tenorio from Likhaan saying eliminating discrimination is not a zero-sum game. No one will suffer if others gain equality. What I wish to argue here is that we can work on systems, we can work on individual people, we can also work on changing the discourse that we carry every day. And that, hopefully, that dominant discourse can be overpowered by the counter, and that we can create a counterculture. This is my final example, my favorite. And if you want to hear more, I actually have a magisterial lecture focusing on this one. For Pride, we released it during Pride Month last year. But here we have Pambansang Kamao. So considered a national hero for being a great boxer, Manny Pacquiao, in a very now infamous quote. But I highlight this because this was 2016. You may not have heard of it or may have heard of it, but in these lines he says, kung lalaki sa lalaki, babae sa babae, mas masahol pa sa hayop ang tao. If male to male, female to female, then they are worse than animals. Not even human. Not even an animal, but worse than animals. And I highlight that because now we cannot remove it or erase it. It is now part of our conversational history, part of the public conversation on Soji. And children would joke about it and say, mag-ingat ka, mapakyaw ka. And one of the first to answer was Boy Abunda, a celebrity who identifies as gay, who says, then, if it means an animal is to show respect and to love, then I am an animal. I am not begging Manny Pacquiao for dignity. I am not begging you for respect. You do not own my humanity. That is my birthright. So I end again with Judith Butler, and let me read another line from Undoing Gender. The task of all of these movements, feminist movement, women's rights movement, SRHR movement, queer movement, LGBT movement, the task of all these movements seems to me to be about distinguishing among the norms and conventions that permit people to breathe, to desire to love and to live, guided by the question of what maximizes the possibilities for a livable life and what minimizes the possibility of an unbearable life. So with that, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ateneo. Such powerful endings for our last session. It doesn't. My own reflections on that is it doesn't take any gender at all to have respect and love and compassion. Yeah. Anyway, so I promised earlier that we would have room for questions, so we have a microphone in the middle of the aisle. If anyone wants to has any questions or wants to ask questions to our speakers, you can direct them to particular speakers. Just kindly introduce yourself very briefly so that we could acknowledge you. Yes, Judge.
Good morning. I'm Judge Delioso of Ateneo Law School. My question is for Emilio. I understand that in Spain, there's now a mechanism to change gender identity in the civil registry. My question is about, is in relation to criminal justice system. My question is about how this affects the criminal justice system. In particular, the correctional institution as part of the pillars of the justice system, right? May I please know what is the policy now in Spain on where to detain convicted LGBTQIA persons? Do you have separate correctional facilities for LGBTQIA persons? Because I am coming from the perspective that commingling LGBTQIA plus convicts with men or women convicts might result in gender-based crimes inside correctional facilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much for such interesting questions. I'm going to share with you two, I think that could be difficulties taking into account the new regulation. First, in the field of criminal law, in the field of practice of criminal law. First one, remember that I said that there are specific crimes that protects women against the aggressions that could be committed by their husbands, their boyfriends, or whatever. The first difficulty I see, the first issue that can be worrying me is the next one. Maybe with this regulation, we are in a position to finish with gender violence, because anybody could become a woman. Who will be the offender? No man does not exist anymore. Of course, this is an hypothetical situation. I'm totally sure that Spaniards males are not going to change their gender because of they want to change and make a joke to the government. Of course not, but it's a possibility. Yes. First issue. Second issue is related to what you said previously. In Spain, we also have in the prison system separate modules for males and for females. We don't mix them. There are some possibility for families. For example, a husband and a wife that are charged of, I'm just putting an example, are charged of drug trafficking, and they go both to jail. And there is a specific module for families. So they can go together to jail. But when a regular person is found guilty for some crime, he or she goes to their specific module. If you're a male, you go to the module of males. If you're female, you go to the modules of female. The problem is that this new law has been produced on 28th of February and start to be applied on the 1st of March. This is the first day it becomes compulsory in Spain. And the law, I didn't say that, the law established a process that lasts 4 months to obtain the change of the gender on the registry. So I don't know, because we don't have data at this moment. It's very, very new. I don't know, we don't know how many persons are changing their gender now. We will know it and at the end of June, at least, or principles of July, we will see. And it's a big problem, the question of prisoners, because they will probably, at least they have the right. The law states that it is a right of the citizens, the Spanish citizens. They have the right to change their gender. And what are they going to do at the prison? They are going to put it into female jails, into female modules. if you change, also law established, once you change your gender, you are entitled with all the rights that belongs to that gender. So we will see what happens next month. I cannot give you an answer because it's in an ongoing process, but will be interesting. And I don't know if I have to comment something else. No, nothing else. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Attorney Perez. I teach at the University of Cebu School of Law. For the first question, I want to address it to Professor Armaza. It's interesting that the legal gender recognition law in Spain was discussed earlier. So I would like to know if there are mechanisms that would eliminate or prevent cases of fraud of law, as you've mentioned earlier. I say this because in other jurisdictions, there are mechanisms that that would ensure that it would be prevented. For example, there's a period to which one person could not actually change the selected gender, and as well as penal sanctions if there's any. No? For the second question, I would like to address it to all the panelists except for Professor Armaza, I think, because he's from Spain. Considering all the gaps and challenges on women's and gender issues in the Philippines, what are your thoughts on the policy direction of the current administration? Because honestly, I see or hear none. Thank you.
Okay, should I begin?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much for your question. It is true, when the new law was published, there were a bunch of YouTubers, of influencers, male influencers, that start to say, I'm going to change my gender. Now we can do it. We have the right. So I'm going to take advantage of the gender, of the law, to obtain benefits. And feminist movement, LGBTQ community is starting to say, this is a fraud of law. This is abuse of law. You cannot do that. And I don't know how courts are going to solve those problems. But from my point of view, from the point of view of an academic, I am not a practitioner, I found a very big problem in the law that could maybe lead us to defend the idea that it's not possible to commit a fraud of law taking into account how is written the current law. I'm going to explain this idea. If I want to say that something is a fraud of law, I need previously to identify in the law which were the purposes of the law, in order to know if those persons are taking advantage and of the law, and they are not trying to acquire, to reach those purposes. But the problem is that our law doesn't include definitions. Our law just says persons has the right to change their gender. You don't need to prove anything. And they don't include a definition of what is a good woman, what is a bad woman. So how can I prove that something is fraud of law if I don't have this definition, if I don't have this purpose? I repeat, from the academic point of view, I can find arguments, I can find ideas to defend this position. But I don't know what are going to do judges, because for sure there will be processes on the courts taking into account this problematic. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. So the next question is for our panelists, for other panelists, pertaining to the what you think is the policy direction of the current administration. Very nice question. I don't know how to describe the question, ma'am.
I haven't, there's no Secretary of Health yet. And I don't, it's invisible, the policy. I can't discern it yet. So I can't see the commitment, so it's very hard to pass judgment. But I hope that's not the plan. That, you continue to be vague so that nobody can attack you and nobody can contradict you because you're invisible.
From the reproductive health law side, we were very optimistic initially because Marcos as a senator, he supported the reproductive health bill. No? Took some courage to do that. And then he also actually has this very public statement about supporting sexuality education. And he said he does it in his family and therefore would like to have it also at the national level. And then before he became president as a candidate, he was the only candidate who professed support for the legalization of abortion. But since he took office, it's true, we don't really know. There is like a vacuum, a space there, totally unknown, no position at all, no Secretary of Health. So we don't really know. The vacuum could be bad. Because we don't really know, no? But I think my own sense as an activist is that a vacuum is a place where activists can work. And therefore, if the trajectory is maybe not policy because there's no such, taking from Mira's assertion of we need to change the culture, and now there is space, actually. And I think, but we need to do it, and anyone can actually do transformative, whatever, no? To change this really repressive culture that we have in the Philippines.
Thank you for the question. There's more work to do. Women environment is not captured in the Philippine Development Plan. So the advocacy work needs to continue, and we need to be resilient, as Mira's mentioned, to deal with all the challenges. Really, more work, and we need to be strong and resilient.
Thank you, ma'am. I think I'll echo what Ma'am Junis has shared. No, like, I also have no idea what the policy will be. Like, we don't know also if the SOGI Equality Bill will finally get passed at this time, because there's like really a deadlock. You see very strong forces talaga that are blocking, and now the religious within the Senate and Congress have also come out to delay again its passage. So I'm not so optimistic, but maybe what I would want to also share is there are many spaces, and that's not the only space where we have to focus on. Like, for example, national legislation. And you have, interestingly, cities, municipalities that have local ordinances, that have GAD ordinances, that have actually, like, for example, where the Loyola Heights campus is, then we use the Quezon City GAD ordinance. And then, surprisingly, some of our, like, we have DepEd, we have CHED, we have some memos that we can use. So there are certain spaces where we can already move and use it. So even with the passage of with the passage of the Safe Spaces Act, we have used it very strongly to try to create a discourse of gender inclusivity. So even if the SOGI Equality Bill has not passed, the Bawal Bastos Law has expanded sexual harassment already to gender-based sexual harassment, which includes protecting LGBTQIA+ community from being targeted. So that's already an advancement. So that the idea now is, let's use what we can, and then let's create more. Parang let's create talk. Even if you just create talk, attention, then that will drive. That will be a driving force for change.
Thank you.
Can I make a question? Yes.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
course.
Yeah, that is not a comment about the question previously. I want a question for Dr. Janice, maybe, or maybe even Professor Amparita. I don't know, but it's related with the reproductive rights. Um, from the last decades, we all are becoming aware of many activities that we have developed in a natural way, and we now know that are totally wrong. And we are revising ourselves and trying to be better, to be respectful with other person. One of these activities that are right now in the focusing of literature in Spain is the question of obstetric violence. My question is this issue being discussed in the literature, academic literature in Philippines, or in the field of activism of the feminist movement in Philippines, or not? Just to make a very, very short definition about obstetric violence, we have assumed that medical doctors, the physicians, has the knowledge and they know what they do, and we do not criticize the way they behave. And in Spain, at least, has been announced that sometimes in the moment of the birth, doctors develop some surgeries that are not authorized by women. This is a kind of obstetric violence. Exactly. My question is, this issue is being discussed in literature or in activism in Philippines?
Only reproductive rights advocates use the term obstetric violence. But it does not deny the fact there's a lot of violations of patients' rights by medical practitioners, including obstetricians. And that is a fact because in the Philippines, in the health system, we have a very hierarchical health system where if you're an OBGYN, you're like a god. It's true we have very high rates of cesarean operations that are not necessary, but necessary for the comfort of the doctor who wants to be disturbed at night. So we have high rates. There is also resistance from the OBGYN group actually to empowering mid-level professionals like nurses and midwives who are more accessible geographically and financially to women to expand their roles, like beyond birth, can they do care during violence, etc. But because of this territorial, limiting the territory to themselves, OBGYNs, but maybe like other medical specialists in the Philippines, cannot be touched. So even their salary, how much they charge to patients is really not regulated even under the universal health care. So really there is that hierarchy that within the health system, health people are fighting. But there is no such term. No, there is systemic abuse, but no specific on obstetric violence.
Yes, Professor Felipe.
Yes, thank you. Well, just in terms of obstetric violence, there is some case law very recent by the UN Committee on Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, and that there are 2 cases precisely against Spain. And Spain has been condemned because of the use of these techniques that go against the rights of women, when giving birth. So, but they're very recent. They were issued last year in 2022.
I think the issue at least we have raised in the medical profession is really the gender change operations, the sex change operations that doctors do even on, girls with ambiguous genitals, no? Often at the instigation of parents, they would want, and we know that that is very much against. You don't even do that before the consent of the individual itself. So these abuses, I think, should limit the power of physicians in general to decide on bodies of their patients.
Before I take in another question, I think Professor Ampi has something related to ask before we
No,
go on to another topic.
I just wanted to ask Emilio, there has been a case in the UK where there's a dilemma. If you don't classify gender dysphoria as a disease, then it's not covered by health insurance. If you want to have a change, so is it covered by healthcare if you want to have a change, and if it's not classified as a disease, so under what basis could you have it covered under healthcare?
This is a little bit far of my area of expertise because I'm criminal lawyer, but I have some data. It's not complete, the data I'm going to share with you, but I can share this data even though it's not complete. In Spain, we have distribute the competences in terms of health or in the issue of health in the different regions of Spain. Spain is composed by different regions. We call it autonomous communities. Each autonomous communities has the power to decide some issues, not all issues, some issues. There are a minimum that they have to fulfill, but there are other issues that, for example, one autonomous community that is rich or richer than others can offer, or they can do it, it's not forbidden. And I know that in at least two autonomous communities in Spain, I'm thinking about the region of Navarra, Autonomous Community of Navarra, and the region, the autonomous community where I come from, País Vasco, it is included in the public health system, the cover of the surgery. So can be requested. No, not as a disease. It's a preventive intervention, preventive medical intervention. Because as Myra was explaining, well, and also LGTB community, what says is we are not ill, but if we are still in these situations, we will develop mental problems in the future. In this moment, we are okay, but we need this surgical intervention. So it's not considered as a disease, but as a preventive measure, and is covered by public.
Yes, please. Oh. Yeah, and then we'll take it.
Good morning, I'm Angelo Garcia, and I teach at the Ateneo de Manila University College of Law. This question is addressed to Professor Armaza and Professor Ofrenio. Yes.
Close to you because I have problems. I have two problems. First, to hear, and then please speak a little bit slow.
Yes. Okay. So my question is with regards to the dialogue, primarily gender dialogue, since it's still predominantly hegemonic at the current state, but there is this push, right, to create alternative dialogues that would eventually overcome the current hegemonic dialogue. So my question is, in these alternative discourses, are there emergent dialogues or discourses that are in a way framed, they are framed in a way that is particularly exclusive to the other members of the LGBTQIA+ communities in an effort to perhaps assert or claim rights in themselves? So I guess in a basic way, is there a kind of discourse whereby members of LGBTQIA+ communities would discriminate other members of the community so that they may be able to acquire rights for themselves to the exclusion of the others, when in
Okay.
fact they should be incorporated or included in these kinds of
Yeah,
discussions.
thank you very much for your question. If I have understood it well, I'm going to reply. Um, yeah, I have presented the new law establishes a binary classification of gender. So transgenders could be male or woman, full stop, nothing else. This could be a kind of discrimination against the rest of this spectrum of different genders that I have also presented in the slides. What I don't know is how is being or how has been evaluated by LGTB community this new law. I'm totally sure that transgender persons that feels male or females are right. Well, they must be happy because they have obtained what all the things that they have been fighting for. But the rest, I don't know. But I agree with you that this could be considered as a hegemonic, no, the discussion about transgender and an hegemonic law, or a law based on hegemonic request of LGBT community. Yeah, this is all what I can say.
Yes, that's a really good question also, and a reflection point, because even within, you could, well, in any movement, there would also be hierarchies. And when agendas are set, not everyone's agenda is carried, because we have to recognize also the intersectionality of our issues. For example, so I have maybe like 3 examples. One example is in creating this, the current version of the SOGI equality bill. There would be many conversations around what should be inside that bill. And so at the moment, we are not yet including transgender recognition, for example. That has remained separate. Or even recognizing, let's say, same-sex relations, no, and granting rights or entitlements for same-sex unions. So there are certain, that in my head, parang that's what came up for me, that in these settings, sometimes there are those conversations where we cannot carry everyone's agenda, and at times it's really a strategic decision that is made so that we push a little at a time, parang in terms of the lobbying front. But internally in the movement, I think we have to also acknowledge that as an issue, that even within movements, there are privileges. There are also, we're not all equal in that sense. And so, to recognize that, for example, you could be part of the LGBTQIA+, but you carry cisgender privilege. You are cisgender. So then, that you have certain privileges that a transgender person may not have, or not have access to. Certain rights are not afforded you. And so parang an intersectional approach to the advocacy is also might be helpful and encouraged. But when you ask the question, the example that came to mind for me was actually examples now that we see among our young men advocates, and I wanted to share that. Like even in the Loyola Heights campus, and we're talking to senior high school students, junior high school students, young boys, young men, and it's striking how there's also, it's very hard also to create a discourse against hegemonic masculinity. But you can see that men also struggle with that imposition on them. That to be a man is to practice everything that comes with it, including being possibly, following the dominant forms of masculinity that might perpetuate sexual harassment or being anti-LGBT. But we have, I find it so hopeful lang when I hear of young men
who really like, it is also a journey for them to actually say, no, I do not agree with this. But how can I be a man who is sensitive and actually cares for LGBTQIA issues and actually want to be a sensitive and person towards women and girls, no? And that is still parang to me, parang it's so
We need to do more in terms of breaking that hegemony among ano rin, men.
Thank you. Yes, please.
I am Darwin Simpelo from the Commission on Human Rights, and I really...
Can you please speak up a bit? Yeah.
I'm Darwin Simpelo from the Commission on Human Rights, and I'm thankful to, for us in CHR to be invited in this event. And I really like the topic. So, Prof. Kwan, if everyone allows, if I may have a question and a follow-up for two topics, for SRH and SOGI. So first for SRH, for Professor Santa Maria and Dr. Melgar, Section 7 of the Reproductive Parenthood and, RPRH na lang. Minors need to ask permission, no, from their parents before they access RH services. While with the new Philippine HIV and AIDS Policy Act, those ages 15 to 18 now can consent for voluntary HIV testing, while those below 15 are being allowed to be given consent when they are pregnant or when they engage in high-risk behavior under the doctrine of evolving capacities of children and the mature minor doctrine. So can this, my first question is, can these principles of evolving capacities of children and mature minor doctrine be applicable if and when RPRH be amended, given the rising rate of adolescent pregnancies and sexual violence committed in this age group? So, which implies that those 15 to 18 below may now access RH services without their parental consent, and for those below 15, as well as for those who are below 15 who are already pregnant or engaging in high-risk behavior.
Thank you for pointing that out, because it seems like we are trying to maximize small spaces in the law. Regarding consent, no, for adolescents, although how do you call the writer of the law?
Author.
The author of, of the Supreme Court, the proponente, the one who wrote the law, actually has this overarching statement that there's universal access to reproductive health, including contraception, except minors. Unfortunately for them, they did not change the penalty part. Maybe they could not change it. So even if he thinks that there should be parental consent, there really is no punishment for providers who would provide without requiring parental consent. And as activist providers, this is what we always say, that there may be something like that, and we also get advice by lawyers who said this is not in the dispositive part of the law, right? So it's always a challenge for us to take and the same law actually has a section that says in cases where there is ambiguity or something, or you're not sure, that there should be liberal interpretation of the law to enable access of services to women and other marginalized groups. So actually the law itself provides tools, and I think this is what we have to maximize, no? These spaces there in the law. We don't even need the new HIV law, although that is something that can comfort providers who really want some explicit provision that this HIV law, the new one, except that the HIV law would only allow protection for condom users, diba? HIV. It's not explicit again, and here's where I I try to sound legalese. Many lawyers who take the words of the law, that actually you can use the RH law, and you can also use further the new, with its limitations, of course, no, the HIV law. Unfortunately, though, that is not how people, institutions think, right? They are very strict about what's explicitly there. But if we can just remove the fear of punishment from providers, nurses, and midwives, and the few doctors who do provide reproductive health services, and I think, yeah, there is space. I think there is space to push the law forward.
Yes, thank you for that question. When the HIV amendment was passed, it actually introduced the concept of a mature minor. And I'm glad that they introduced it, because before then, you only use the evolving capacity of the child. And it can be argued that, so you won't have the child or the person below 18 have access to modern contraception, or you have to wait for that person to be exposed to possible HIV/AIDS infection before she or he can actually go to a healthcare provider without parental consent. Because in the RH, the Imbong versus Ochoa, they said that it's anti-family, no? Because I think it's very microscopic. The Supreme Court was just looking at, it's like everything you're doing for reproductive health is only to reduce the population. It's very, I mean, yeah, when I think that, oh, I don't want to be pregnant anymore because I want to reduce the population of the Philippines. That's not how women think. So, yes, that's a strong advocacy to amend because you already have case law, and that it's anti-family. So you have to change the provision of the RH in order to jive. But as Doc Juni said, you have to go to the spaces and argue for a greater access of adolescents. And I love how healthcare providers interpret the law. I remember when they asked me, so if it has to be a guardian, can the boyfriend be a guardian? I said, I don't think that's the contemplation of the law. Precisely, they don't want the boyfriends to be the guardian and the one who can access. But it really, it's an opening. And I'm glad that there's that, but we need to fix the distortion, because we don't want adolescents to be exposed first before they could actually individually access reproductive health care. Because yes, condom may prevent lives, but condom really save lives. It's a matter of framing from birth control to a life-saving, I don't know, what do you call condom? Yeah.
A follow-up on that, if it's
Yes.
okay. If they will be given access, how will this happen in practice? So, will minors openly access them given the stigma on consensual sexual behaviors among minors? Will a minor, boy or girl, at that have the guts to go to a convenience store, pharmacy, or barangay clinic to ask for contraceptives? My point for this second query is that we must also address the social stigmatization of minors engaging in consensual sexual behaviors, so they will not hesitate to access RH services?
Well, I think yes, we should, not only the social, the underlying determinants of health, the social determinants of health, and of course, let's keep an open mind, because, you know, it's not just because you live in a rural area and because you keep faith, you know, you religiously go to whatever religious denomination, it doesn't mean that you don't have raging hormones. We have to address that. We have to face that. That, you know, even though they think it's a sin, even though they think it's wrong, it doesn't mean that it doesn't happen. So we have to prevent it. what's happening here, and Doc Junis can correct me, abortion is being used as the alternative to birth control. That's their birth control.
I think you also have, I think, hierarchies in culture. So when we say there's stigma on adolescent sexuality and recourse to contraception, even abortion, there's no uniformity because Likhaan works in very poor communities. And we never experienced any problem of parents desisting or opposing young people. In fact, our adolescents have been using contraceptives since 1990. So I think intelligent adolescents who want to be responsible know that it's against their own interests to have sex and a child even before they're ready. It's always the lawmakers that are behind the culture. So I don't know what the intervention should be, because when you go to the communities, they are practicing. They are practicing contraception. In fact, in our community, in Tondo, which has very high birth rates, 187 when we started, we were able to bring it down to 140. That's still high. That's still higher. But that means they are using modern contraceptives, and we are not unique. But the problem is our policymakers. No? They're so very conservative. So maybe if we need to change mindsets, and this is true even for abortion or even for sexual couplings, no? Matagal na, in the Philippines, there has been a very liberal practice of whether it's having different sexual partners from the heterosexual, use of contraception, of abortion. But our problem here is really our policymakers. And I think we need to strategize that, because already without clear policies on the ground, people are inventing new ways of approaching, etc. And of course, that will have discord if your policy is still, the policymakers are still in 1990, circa 1990, circa about sexual reproductive health and rights. But I think there's the opening that if your government is really not responsive, I think citizens will have to do the transformative policies themselves. That is my opinion as an activist. I don't know if you agree.
Yes, maybe we can take in your question pertaining to Sojay. If you
Thank you. Mabilis lang siguro. This is for Professor Armaza and Professor Aprenio. Hi, ma'am. Ma'am, specifically, this is about trans women joining women's sports. To put things in perspective, let me please cite a case. Leah Thomas, a trans woman American swimmer, is currently the #1 swimmer in American women collegiate swimming, smashing many women's records. In her past life, she ranked 551st in the men's collegiate swimming. Suffice to say, there is an uproar in the United States about this issue, even leading to charges that such trends will eliminate women's sports. Given your presentations, what must be the prescribed advocacy on this issue in line with the principles of anti-discrimination and human rights?
Well, the questions you make is very, I don't have answer. How to reply to that? How to reply to that? What I'm going to tell you is what has been said in the literature. But I don't know what is the correct path or way to follow. In the literature and also on the praxis. There is a organization that is called Olympic International Committee, Olympic International COI, we call it COI in Spain, in Spanish. And what they have do, and I don't know if this is the best way, I don't know. The only I know is what they have do, they have did, is that they make an evaluation, a previous evaluation of the levels of testosterone of the athletes, and they establish a minimum level of testosterone. If you are a biological male and wants to participate in a competition of females, you don't have to have the same levels of testosterone that have the average of males. You have to have less. How you can obtain that to reduce your level of testosterone? Using contra hormones. And this could be a solution. I don't know if this is correct. This is what is happening at the level of COI, the internet. I forgot the name. Exactly. In Spain, in the framework of Spain, we don't have this policy. I don't know how is going to, what is going to happen next month, because the law, as I told you, is from the last month. But we will see. We will see. We have to be updated. But I want to add something else, taking into account your intervention. The idea, and this, I have read this thought. The idea of the spirit of the new law we have in Spain that does not define which is a woman and which is a male, because we can say the other thing. We can say that transgender people are those people that has dysphoria, gender dysphoria. This is other way to follow, but it's not the way that has been followed by our new law. Our new law, what is, in my opinion, I think, what it's saying is that there exists the possibility of disappearing genders, because everybody have the right to decide. And also in Spain we have, in the framework of feminist movement, 2 blocks of persons that doesn't agree between them. One of them are part of this new trend, and the other part of feminist sector makes a very interesting opposition. And they said, what you are doing with this law is deleting, erasing the concept of women, because everybody can be women. So the problem that you have put into the state is more deep than just the issue of can we compete in the same categories. So there are it's quite complex. That's why I said I cannot give a reply. Thank you very much.
Yes.
De nada. Okay.
Yeah, I think I'll just agree that it's a very difficult question and issue. Maybe we've not had that public discourse yet here in the Philippines, but I do recall, baka that's an example from my generation, but there was a case before that a girl was disqualified from competing after being tested for biological sex and was recategorized as a boy, and then the girl decided to retain her gender identity or her how she sees herself as a girl, and did not continue to participate in the sports as a boy, or categorized by the sports institution or organization as a boy. And I think I agree that maybe the question, sort of like the overarching question, has to be, how can we have sports that is inclusive of all, as the wider question. And if you frame it that way, then maybe to reimagine sports also might come in the future, recognizing that sports is binary, and it follows the binary that is tied to biological sex. And so when people's gender identity no longer matches their biological sex, what do you do? But all these years, we've used sex and gender interchangeably, like gender identity follows from sex. So now we have this issue coming up. But I think it is for us to imagine solutions of how can we have a space for all. Because it's difficult. It's difficult. It's not to erase, of course, not to erase women in sports, but maybe it also will shift our, if we stay with gender identity as the marker, but as Professor Emilio shared, no, this is really what's happening. What they've been putting now are the biological markers. Parang you have to meet certain requirements of the body fitting according to the biological sex marker. So is that going to be our direction? Again, it's up to us how we want to imagine the future of an inclusive, of sports inclusive for all. Yeah.
So, one last po. Since you mentioned po, no, the sex test, the case of Nancy Navalta, do you find the need for sex testing in sports to be discriminatory and in violation of human rights of an athlete who is being subjected to it? Professor Armaza and Professor Prineo.
Taking into account the present law in Spain, it's not possible to consider that this is a discrimination, because the law says we have the right to choose our gender. And also add, once you have chosen your gender, you are entitled with all rights that belongs to that gender. So that's why when you made the first question, I was saying, how is going to be solved this issue in Spain? Because at the level of COI, they have the requirements of testosterone, of this issue. But are we going to do the same in Spain, taking into account that we have a law that establishes different things? I don't know. So let's see the future. We will see this future. Will be very interesting to follow this, the application of this new law. But I don't think that, taking into account the law we have at this moment, you must have the right to get enrolled in a competition of females or males, taking into account only your desire. You change your gender at the registry, and that's all. Full stop. You have all the rights. Which kind of judge or authority is going to deny you this right? If law is saying that if you obtain a new gender, you are entitled with all the rights that belongs to that gender. Will be against law. So yeah, this is what I can say. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's been a very engaging morning, and as we can see from the discussions from the entire morning, wide range of topics, reproductive health, environment, SOGI. Much work needs to be done, from amending gender-blind laws, including those that are, seemingly not really directed, seemingly not connected to women's rights and gender, like environment, for example. I'd actually say it's not only including, but most especially in these laws, because it is including these, these areas that, women and persons of diverse SOGI continue to be discriminated. And borrowing the words of Dr. Junis earlier, there is a vacuum. If there is a vacuum, there is room for work, room to influence, room to work, room for education, and I believe that this is where the reimagining can be done. We hope that this morning's session became not just an eye-opener, but spark questions that could get us thinking on how we could end up in the future, or hopefully in the near future, achieve a gender equal and a more gender inclusive society. So on behalf of the organizers, allow me to thank all of you for being a very lovely audience this morning, for attending this morning's session. That said, we'd like to invite you to join us tomorrow for the last leg of the Manila sessions. Tomorrow would be talking about indigenous peoples and indigenous cultural communities, and we apologize for the late ending. Since we've been talking about women's rights and gender issues, it's now almost time to get to our right to food. Lunch will be served at the cafeteria at the ground floor of this building. But just before we end, this afternoon, just before we end this afternoon session, this morning, which became afternoon, we'd like to take this opportunity to, of course, greet a very special someone, a happy birthday. I am going to get killed for this, but yeah, ayan, parating, ayoko kumanta. Anyone, can anyone, yeah. Hindi namatay. And happy birthday, Dean Maita. I know I was gonna get killed for that. That's why it's Tita Marisa who I asked to, bring the cake so I don't get killed. At the cafeteria. Okay, just before we go down, can we do a photo? Maybe we could just ask the people on the sides to kind of go to the middle so we can take a photo for this morning session. Okay. Okay, the people can remain seated or stand a bit. Yeah, the ones at the side, can you please, we'll just share the photos in the Google Drive along with the other materials. Thank you again. So you are all invited to Dean Maita's lunch birthday party at the cafeteria downstairs. See you.